Is the microphone working yet? Is that okay? Okay, good. Come on in. Sit down. Come on down front. Welcome to the International Conference on the Shroud of Turin. I've been wanting to say that for a long time. Yes. This is great. I've been working on organizing this conference for over a year. So it's good to see everyone here. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to see some amazing things. Glad you came. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for people in the Northwest. And I know that there's people elsewhere as well. So the most important thing, if one of the most important things for any organization to have, is an acronym. And that's what we have this year, ICST-2017. So we're in the big leagues now. ICST, International Conference on the Shroud of Turin 2017. Our motto here is Seeking Solutions to the Mysteries of the Shroud. Now, can everyone hear me? Is this too loud for anyone? Are we okay? Okay, and can you see the screens here on either side? Are we okay with that? Okay, good. This is great, isn't it? This is great. This is just the kickoff night. This is going to be general introduction. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, all day we'll be here from 8 o'clock in the morning to 9:30 at night. Thursday is going to be focusing on history of the Shroud of Turin. Friday is going to be focusing on science and dating of the Shroud of Turin. And Saturday is going to be focusing on various concepts of image formation on the Shroud of Turin. So I'm glad to be here. My name is Bob Rucker. My background, I have a bachelor and master's in nuclear engineering from the University of Michigan. I have 1 year at Moody Bible Institute. Worked for General Atomics in San Diego for 24 years doing core physics design for advanced nuclear reactors. I'm just reading what you can read here, so okay. And worked at various U.S. Department of Energy sites for 13 years, primarily doing what they call nuclear criticality safety calculations using a computer code called MCNP, which is an acronym for Monte Carlo Neutron Particle, or N particle. And I've used that computer code to model, I'm the only one in the world that's ever done this, to model a body wrapped in a shroud in a tomb designed as it would have been designed in Jerusalem in the 1st century to do nuclear analysis computer calculations on the Shroud of Turin. I think that's pretty neat. So, yes. See, that's how you get applause, Bob. Bob's next here. Bob's next. Okay, let's go on. My interest in syndenology, the Greek word for shroud is syndon. So this is often called syndenology, 50-year interest in this, but only about 3.5 years full-time study on this, including the nuclear analysis computer calculations. But I've been studying the Shroud and promoting research on the Shroud during that time. The purpose of this conference is twofold, I think. One is just to promote a knowledge and an interest in the Shroud of Turin, to raise the level of knowledge amongst the general population in order to promote additional testing of the Shroud. The more the people that know about it, the more likely it'll be that additional testing will be allowed. A second reason is to find highly educated individuals with time to work with us on research on the Shroud of Turin, like retired PhDs or master's degrees. If you have time and advanced degrees, let me know, and we'll incorporate you in our research projects, which we have going on. Okay, I spoke at the Shroud Conference in St. Louis, which was 3 years ago. That was the last conference that was held in the United States. It was in St. Louis, October of 2014. And I'm working with Test the Shroud Foundation, and that is why we're having the conference, to promote testing of the Shroud of Turin in various ways. Test the Shroud Foundation was founded by Mark Antonacci. And where are you, Mark? Move or something, right there. There he is. So you can talk with Mark, author of 2 books. Yes. Yes, you didn't know you were so popular, did you? Very good. Okay. Now, a theme of ICST 2017, Seeking Solutions to the Mysteries of the Shroud. And there really are quite a few mysteries on the Shroud. And isn't it fun to search for solutions to mysteries, isn't it? Why do we see an image on the Shroud? How did the image get onto the Shroud? There's two different things, really. When was the Shroud made? Is it from the 1st century? Or is it from the Middle Ages, as carbon dating would have us to believe? How was the dried blood, blood that would have been dried on the body, how was that transferred to the Shroud? And bottom line here, could the Shroud of Turin actually be the burial cloth of Jesus of Nazareth? As is tradition, and is, you know, when you look at it, the first time you ever look at it, you say, well, gee, that's Jesus. Well, is our first impressions correct? That's kind of the question here. So disputed topics that we're going to be covering in this conference. The missing years. Where was the Shroud between 1204 and 1355 or 1356? There's several different concepts on that, and that's going to be dealt with on Thursday. Other images on the Shroud, images of the coin, images of flowers, etc., etc. Are they real or are they just imagined? Because we would like to see them there. And then we're going to go into various explanations for the carbon dating, particularly invisible reweave and neutron absorption concepts. And then finally, image formation is going to be focusing primarily on various concepts of radiation to form the image, including cloth collapse hypothesis. Now the program, we went over this already, 6:30 to 9:30 tonight, 8 to 9:30 or 9:40 every night subsequently. History, science and dating, and image formation on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, details. See all the displays. My daughter put all those together. Don't forget our book tables over here. Great presentation. We have some of the finest top scholars on doing research on the Shroud of Turin in the world that have come here for this purpose. We have 29 different researchers have submitted papers for presentation here. 3 or 4 of them could not come. They'll be read by others. So we have 25 of those top researchers here. They'll be giving 49 different presentations, a total of 34 hours of presentations and panel discussions. Over on the other side of this curtain, we have round tables, 8 chairs per table, where we have set up meals for lunch and dinner Thursday and Friday. Please join us. We still have some seats available here. We'd like to get them all sold. We have a top-notch executive level chef, award-winning chef, preparing the food for here. It's 3-course meals, both for lunch and dinner and beverage. So please join us on the meals. You get to talk with all of the researchers that have come, as well as others here. You make friends here. Your friendships that you make here can continue year after year. And I made a lot of friends when I was in St. Louis, and those friendships continue. We will have 10 or 15-minute breaks, morning and afternoon. We're encouraging questions. We're going to try and have a time for questions of each presenter, about 5 minutes or so. And then at the end of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we'll have a panel discussion trying to sort through all of the discussion of the day. So if you can only come in the evenings, then come in the evenings. At least you get a flavor for what went on from the panel discussion. Let's go on. Sponsor, Test the Shroud Foundation. Mark Antonacci, author of Resurrection of the Shroud, and now Test the Shroud, published in 2015. Those books are for sale back here. Okay, and Mark was involved in setting up the Shroud Conference in St. Louis. Let's not forget about donations. We've tried to keep the prices here at a bare minimum so that everyone could attend. Now, of course, we have to pay the bills. So that we do have boxes. Where's Jody? Where's my wife? Is my wife here? She's left me, okay? Okay. Okay, anyway, she has donation boxes back here for donations that would be made out to Test the Shroud Foundation. Any money left over, any profit, could you imagine profit from this? I don't know, maybe. But if there's any profit from this, it will go to Test the Shroud Foundation for additional testing of the Shroud of Turin. Organizing committee, myself, Thurman Cooper, Kevin Schwinkendorf, Harry Smith, Jim Sager. Outside of this area, we had Joe Marino and Mark Antonacci interacting quite a bit on that. So thanks not only to the scientific review committee that reviewed all of these papers. They were international committee of about 20 different individuals. My wife and Joe Marino handled the different aspects of the registration. My daughter Jolene set up the displays back here. Don't miss looking at those. Bob Nash of the Small Christian College down in Kennewick, Gather for Him, is handled the audio-visual. And thank you, Ron Larson, for the friendship shown in the management meetings to set this up. Little advice to the listener. Listen for presuppositions. Okay, you have to listen intently. Listen for presuppositions. Not everyone is approaching this topic in the same way. Listen for evidence and logic rather than an emotional appeal. I'm talking with my science hat on, okay? Consider effects on future research, and Mark is going to be considering all that for the future. Listen for pro and con perspectives on disputed topics. And we're going to be dealing with disputed topics, several of them. You'll have one speaker stand up and give the pro, and the next one stand up and give the con. That should make it interesting. And that's it. Any questions at this point? Did I leave anything out? Bob, why don't you come on up? This is Bob Siefker. And Russ Briault is over here. He's next. Bob is coming for about an hour. And you're going to give us the introduction, aren't you?
Let me try. Can you hear me okay? I'm using a more modern, I'm not a nuclear physicist, but I'm going to use a more modern tool here than Bob did. Thank you so much, Bob, for the nice introduction. Let me see if I can, let's see, we want to get out of here. No. And here. No. And we want to go here.
Release me here. Oops.
You can do it.
Bear with us. This is the time where there would normally be questions, okay?
Well, while Bob is doing that, let me say how delighted I am to be here. It was a good introduction. I'm from Denver, Colorado. I work in Colorado with John Jackson, who was the head of the STIRP project back in 1978. John is another one of the PhDs in physics, many represented here as well. I've been working with John for about 11 years as a research associate at the Turin Shroud Center of Colorado. Let me get my PowerPoint going. Bob, before you go, let's see if we get this. There we go. High tech. Anyway, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm delighted to see so many young families and young folks attending as well. Not a majority, but this is a generational effort that we're all engaged in here. I want to start with this. My topic tonight is an introduction to the Shroud. I know there are a lot of people here tonight that have tremendous intellectual interest in the Shroud of Turin. They've heard about it, they've done a little research possibly, and they want to learn more. So my task tonight is to provide a little introduction and some context for the rest of the conference, so that if you do attend some of the more technical sessions, you can put those in the right framework, you can understand where the presenters are coming from, and as Bob said, there will be some conflicts in some of the presentations. That's inevitable. But I want to start by mentioning something very interesting here. This all started in 1898. Bob mentioned the word syndenology. The image on the left is the shroud as you would see it in natural light, and it's replicated here in the auditorium as well. John Jackson, who headed the STIRP project in 1978, said when he got closer than about 6 feet to the shroud, all resolution was gone. You could not make out any detail inside about 6 feet. Others have said, I can make out detail at arm's length, but it essentially disappears in the natural shroud image as you see it there. On the right is an image that began in 1898 with Segundo Pia. How many people have heard of Segundo Pia here? A handful, but not most of you. It wasn't until 1898 that the first photographs were taken of the object on the left. And in 1898, you had to go into your darkroom and develop a negative before you could produce the positive of what you were taking the picture of. When Segundo Pia went into his darkroom, that's what he saw on the right. He was shocked. He almost dropped the film. It was unheard of. It started this whole worldwide effort to understand what are we looking at in that image on the right. The image on the left is a very faint image on an ancient cloth, at least 1350. We know that because that's when it showed up in Europe. The image on the right is totally unlike that. It's almost photographic in its content and in its resolution. 1/5 of an inch resolution in the negative image. You can make out the lips, the nose, the beard, details that simply aren't accessible in the natural light vision of the shroud. Now, I've looked at some of the presentations here, and just for a quick orientation, on the man of the shroud, and you probably can't see it, but you will see it in some of the images I show you. On the left-hand side, the hands are crossed differently. Remember, the shroud itself is a mirror image of the body wrapped in the shroud. Most often when you see a negative image, not always, but most often when you see a negative image, it's as if the body was moved out of the shroud and you're looking at the body. So often the terminology, and it may be used during the presentations here over the next couple days, shroud image to the left, that's exactly how the shroud looks. It looks like the right hand is over the left hand. In reality, the left hand of the body is over the right hand. This is called the body image. And you can tell quite often there's a blood stain on the forehead. On the natural shroud, it looks like the letter 3 reversed. And on the negative, it looks like the letter 3 as a letter 3. Also, just for orientation, the left hand covers the right hand. The blood stain on the left-hand side of the chest, you can see it here on the negative, is on the right side. The blood stain is on the right side where the chest wound occurred. Okay, so this is a cover of a book that was published just last month. There are some copies in the back. They're for sale for half price because in shipping them here they got damaged. Normally it's a $20 book. It's for sale. You can pick up a copy a little bit damaged for $10 if you'd like it. It's designed for the general public to give the information on the shroud so that the first-time inquirer can gain a deep knowledge of what is known about the shroud. So it's called The Shroud of Turin, a critical summary of observations, data, and hypothesis, and it's produced by John Jackson, who's led the STIRP program, and the research team at the Turin Shroud Center. I'm giving the first presentation tonight, other than Bob's introductory presentation. He mentioned the St. Louis presentation. I made the last presentation in St. Louis the closing presentation. Joe Marino put me at very last. Thank you, Joe. It was an honor. But in that conference, we were presenting version 1 of this document back in 2014. The printed version now represents version 4 of this document, which continues, because every year there's more research that gets added to the corpus of Shroud research. So this is version 4. It's also available online on the TSC website. But at St. Louis, I asked a question. It was a little different demographic at that conference. It was mostly researchers. Now, I know here tonight we have a lot of people that aren't researchers, they're inquirers on the Shroud. In St. Louis, it was a little bit more heavily weighted towards the research community, although we have the world's best researchers here in this conference as well. I asked a question. I said, how many here who have studied the Shroud for at least 2 years, that was the implication, at least 2 years, have come to the reasoned judgment that you consider a rational judgment that the Shroud indeed wrapped the body of Jesus of Nazareth in the tomb? About 2/3 of the hands were observed to be raised. I said, put your hands down. And I followed up with a second question. I said, of those that just put their hands up, how many has that judgment changed your life? And it was observed the same hands went up. Roughly the same hands went up. The Shroud is an intoxicating but fundamental and existential reality in our world. And if you come to the decision, and it's a decision, it's a free judgment, there's nothing about the Shroud that will impose a judgment of authenticity. And maybe that's the way it's going to be. If it's from who we think it might be from, that's probably the bottom line. It's not going to be coercive. But it's a rational judgment based on the corpus of evidence that this is the Shroud of Jesus of Nazareth. And if you come to that reasoned judgment after you explore the data on the Shroud, it will change your life. Now you say, well, I'm a committed Christian and I really don't need the Shroud. Believe me, this is toxic in a way that is hard for our world to absorb. The Shroud, if it's authentic and you come to that judgment, you can't help it but see it as a material sign of a deeper truth, and it will change you. Okay, so my purpose here really is to give you some background so the rest of this conference can be understood in the context of what we already know about the Shroud. The critical summary presents an overview of the key evidence. I'm going to go back. In St. Louis, one of the fellows that I chatted with was Giulio Fanti, who's a world-renowned researcher from Italy on the Shroud. And he's making several presentations here at this conference. And in his 2015 book, he related the same thing that he kind of related to me in St. Louis. And he said, if with authenticity, and this is what he said in his 2015 book, if with authenticity is meant a very old shroud, around 2,000 years old, woven in the Middle East, which wrapped the corpse of a man who had been harshly scourged, who was crowned with thorns, and who died on the cross and could be identified with Jesus of Nazareth, then in this case, an answer can be sought, although not ultimate and with no sure scientific proofs. We're searching for scientific proofs. It may be asymptotic. But Julia went on to say, the first author of the 2015 book, I have personally found his answer after 15 years of studies and intertwining correlations among the numerous clues, not only scientific. The Shroud is authentic. That's Giulio Fanti. So I wanted to relate that. But what we're talking about here now is some of the interrelated intertwining evidence that Julia was talking about. The critical summary book that I just showed you the cover of is broken down into 7 sections. And I think it would help any inquirer to find out what the Shroud is all about, to think in terms of categories of evidence. If you go out to the internet today, if you're new to the Shroud and you came to this conference thinking you're going to learn everything about the Shroud, you aren't. You're not going to learn all about it in 2 or 3 hours of attendance here. And if you go out to the internet, you're certainly not going to learn about it because there's all kinds of conflict out there. There's people that hate the idea that the Shroud could be authentic, and they've got dozens of websites out there promoting that ideology. So it's difficult to learn on your own, but if you get the right book and you do the right approach to research, you can come to a reasoned judgment about the Shroud. Whether it's authentic or not, you will be comfortable with a reasoned judgment. But you have to have some discipline, and you have to look at things holistically and bring some discipline to the study. So the critical summary is organized in what we believe at TSC, John Jackson, our leader, said there are 7 categories. There's historical evidence, there's medical forensic evidence, there's linen cloth evidence, there's image characteristic evidence, there's image formation hypotheses, there's the rating of image formation hypotheses, and then there's this object and topic called dating the Shroud. Those 7 categories of evidence will help you organize what you hear in this conference over the next several days. And what I'm going to do is walk through very briefly, because we don't have the time to go into 15 years of Fonte-like research, but we do have a chance to look at some of the key data that will set the table for the rest of this conference in these 7 areas. Historical evidence, I'm just going to go through some. Like Bob said, he's a nuclear scientist. History is not nuclear science. It's a little bit more abstract in many ways, but there's tremendous corpus of evidence supporting the Shroud. Let's talk about some of the locations. Jerusalem, obviously Jerusalem is a place of historical significance. If the Shroud is authentic, it began in Jerusalem. Another place of historical significance, Antioch, north of Jerusalem in Syria. Edessa, you're going to hear about these 2 cities in talks this week. Edessa, about 145 miles northeast of Antioch. Kamuliana in Cilicia in Turkey. A laser pointer. I think the folks can see, but maybe not. Let's see. Okay, Kamuliana. Okay, Jerusalem, Antioch, Edessa, Kamuliana, Constantinople. The route in here is somewhat known, but there's some questions still. Between Constantinople in 1204, when it's essentially certain the Shroud was there, which makes the carbon dating result wrong. We still don't know why it's wrong, but you're going to hear some theories this week. But between Constantinople and Lyre, France, where the Shroud showed up for the first time in Europe in 1355, there's a gap of 150 years of silence on the Shroud. We don't know where it was. Bassignon is in the area of Lyre. It was the jurisdiction of Lyre. Chambray, the Shroud went through Chambray on its way to Turin. Oviedo is associated with the Sudarium of Oviedo. Those are the only places, if you want to learn about the history of the Shroud, if you master those locations and what may or may not have happened in those locations, you'll get a good grasp. Edessa, by the way, all of these cities in the east at the time of Christ, Jerusalem, Antioch, Kamuliana, Constantinople, were in the Roman sphere of influence. Edessa was not. It was in the Parthian area of control. They spoke Syriac and not Greek, but in the 1st century, during apostolic times, Edessa was evangelized because there were a large number of Jews in that city. So there is a connection to Edessa. It's a logical connection because early evangelists went there. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm going to have to go pretty quickly through this. 70 AD. At the time of Jesus, Antioch was the third most important city in the Roman Empire, after the city of Rome and the Egyptian city of Alexandria. Peter visited Antioch in about the year 35 and is often given credit for founding the church there. There are some clues and hints that maybe Peter had possession of the shroud early on. Nothing definitive, but we know Peter was hinted to have the shroud, and he was in Antioch as early as 35. He didn't stay there, went back to Jerusalem, but he was in Antioch early. In approximately the year 40, under the leadership of Barnabas and Paul, a number of Christian missionaries shifted their focus to the Gentiles. Antioch became the base for those great missionaries. St. Luke was a native of Antioch and wrote his gospel and the Acts of the Apostles in that city. In 70 AD, Antioch hosted the world's largest Christian community, and the term Christian was coined there. Antioch was to be called the cradle of Christianity. If the shroud went anywhere, naturally, Antioch is on the list of places it may have gone. 70 AD, the sack of Jerusalem. This is from the sermon of Athanasius, written many years after the fact, but looks back at the time of the sack of Jerusalem. But 2 years before Titus and Vespasian sacked the city, Jerusalem, the faithful and disciples of Christ were warned by the Holy Spirit to depart from the city and go to the kingdom of King Agrippa II, because at that time Agrippa was a Roman ally. Leaving the city, they went to his regions and carried everything relating to our faith. At that time, even the icon, which with certain other ecclesiastical objects, were moved, and they today remain in Syria. I possess this information as handed down to me from my migrating parents and by hereditary right. It is plain and certain why the icon of our holy Lord and Savior came from Judea, out of Jerusalem, to Syria. What was the icon? You almost, in many cases, have to look back at statements like this. Going forward and you encounter statements like this, they sometimes don't paint the whole picture. It's only looking back through time that some of these pieces start to make sense. And when you study the shroud, be patient with that. You can't just jump to conclusions. We can't jump to conclusions if the icon was the shroud, but Syria and Antioch, in hindsight, from what we know later about the shroud, make intuitive sense. So study with that in mind. Bob mentioned that, not to jump to conclusions. Sometime in the historical area in particular, you have to go backward and forward to get a good grasp of your judgment about the shroud. Okay, I'm jumping ahead to 540 AD. In 540 AD, there's lots of evidence between 70 AD and 540, but we're constrained by time, and I want to hit the high points. 540 AD, Antioch is invaded and destroyed by the Persians. Euphemius, the patriarch of Antioch, makes a deal with the Persians to save the great church in the city of Antioch. Essentially, everything else in the city was destroyed by the Persians. People who lived there looked back and said, after the fires and the destruction of the Persians that attacked the city, I couldn't find where my house stood. It was almost total devastation. But the church, the great church of Antioch, was preserved because Euphemius said, you can have everything in the church, all the treasures, except Euphemius then went on a secret mission into Cilicia, an area located on the southern coast of the modern country of Turkey. Why and for what did Euphemius go into Cilicia? We're going to have to look back. Some background is important concerning the Patriarch Euphemius, though. In the 6th century, there were a number of appointments to high ecclesiastical office of prominent laymen chosen from the ranks of the army and or the imperial civil service. Euphemius, the Patriarch of Antioch, from 527 to 545, was one of these warrior bishops. After serving in an early inscription about Euphemius attested that sometime in his earlier career, he was the head of the central treasury of the entire Byzantine Empire. After serving in that capacity, he became the administrator of the entire eastern area of the Byzantine Empire with his headquarters in Antioch. And only then, after that, was he named Patriarch of Antioch. Shroud historian Jack Marquardt, who's here at this conference, and the preeminent history expert on Antioch, the late Glanville Downey, both attest that the Patriarch Euphemius would not have fled in fear. Instead, they propose he may have been undertaking an important mission. Jack Marquardt, by the way, will be making 3 presentations in the history area. He'll be grappling with some other presenters, but listen carefully to those presentations by Jack and others that he's engaging. Archaeopieta. In the lobby you saw an image that represents an icon that points at an Archaeopieta, we believe. In 554, shortly after the fall of Antioch, an image of Christ appeared in Cilicia, the same place that Euphemius had gone during the attack of Antioch. A group of Orthodox priests publicly paraded an image of Jesus impressed upon linen throughout Cilicia and Cappadocia. The image became known as the image of Camuliana. 554, Euphemius had died in 545. He never got back to Cilicia to reclaim any church property for Antioch. Church in Antioch had been devastated. There was silence from Antioch. So maybe prudence dictated if we have something important, but we know there was a cloth paraded in Cilicia. It took many years before that became public. The image became known, as I said, as the image of Camuliana. This image became the very first in all of history to be called Archaeopieta. This Greek word literally means not made by human hands. This iconic image emerged. There's a copy of it in the foyer. Of the Pantocrator icon images and is considered the archetype for all other variations of the Pantocrator icon. If you've looked at Greek and Byzantine history, you see a large variety of Pantocrator icons. This is the first. Today it resides at St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai Desert. When the icon was first investigated in 1962, you see how recent some of this research is, 1962. Segundo Pio took his picture of the shroud in 1898. So it's really been just a little more than 100 years that shroud research has really been focused on getting the data. But in 1962, this image was covered with a thick yellow varnish. The icon was carefully restored, and the details of its restoration were published in 1967. Subsequent to its restoration, the icon was dated to CA 550. Right after the image of Camuliana was paraded publicly, almost simultaneously, this iconic image appears, the most famous of all Greek iconic images. The renowned German art historian Hans Belting has stated the following about the Christ Pantocrator, which means ruler of all, almighty ruler, omnipotent Lord of the universe. It apparently, quoting Hans Belting, it apparently reproduces a well-known original of the time that determined the type of Christ preferred in Byzantine. The icon's general appearance, in fact, is derived from a concrete model whose identity is still an open question. For all its spontaneity, it was not invented by its painter, but seems to reproduce a famous for a given commission. So what is the archetype? Let me go back. Whoops. I got to go back several. I'm having trouble here. There we go. Okay. What is the archetype for this image? Shroud researchers Alan and Mary Wenger identified over 150 points of congruence between this image. They used a special technique called an overlay technique. It was a photographic technique. They identified over 150 points of congruence between this image and the Shroud image. Generally, 65 to 70 points of congruence are sufficient to judge that the two images, belong to the same person. So there's great congruence between this image and the Shroud image, particularly in the asymmetrical nature of the face portrayed here. Okay, 544. Just 4 years after Antioch was attacked by the Persians, so was Edessa. Just 4 years after the sack and destruction of Antioch, Khosroes, the leader of the Persians, and his Persian army turned north to besiege the city of Edessa. In a close fight, the citizens of Edessa repulsed the Persian army, unlike in Antioch. Evagrius Scholasticus, writing in his ecclesiastical history in approximately the year 590, described the battle for the city of Edessa and relates how an image of Christ of divine origin was given credit by the people of Edessa for their victory. The designation of Archaeopieta, not made by human hands, was given to the image of Edessa just about 20 years after that same designation was given to the first Archaeopieta, the image of Cumuliana. The image of Edessa was thus the second image in history to be given this designation. Imperial appropriation of Archaeopieta images. In 574, the image of Cumuliana is seized by the Byzantine emperor and taken to Constantinople. After the image-bearing cloth safely arrived in Constantinople, the Byzantines changed the name of the image to the name Image of God Incarnate. That became the name of the image once it arrived in Constantinople. You will hear about that in some of the presentations tomorrow. There are 9 different, well, I think there's more than 9. There's more than 9 presentations on the history, and it focuses right in on this area. In 943, the image of Edessa was seized by the Byzantine emperor and taken to Constantinople. As of this date, 943, both Archaeopieta images, the one that first showed up on linen in Cumuliana and the one that showed up on cloth, supposedly linen, in Edessa, are both in Constantinople. Is one of them the Shroud? Almost certainly. Which one? You'll hear more about the arguments tomorrow. Shortly after, in historical terms, new icons tended to appear in Byzantium. By the year 1164, a new iconic image had emerged in Byzantium, the Epitaphios or Therinos image, and early examples given here. Shroud-like features: long hands or long fingers, hidden thumb, laid out like a burial image, shroud image, and there are markers that look like the shroud. Notice the odd treatment of the abdominal area. I think that's interesting. I don't know what I did with the clicker. Somewhere. I'm going to try to find it. Notice this area right in here. This odd treatment of the abdominal area. We're going to see that some more. Here's another image of another Epitaphios image. This one's from about the year 1300. Also note the unusual treatment. This one is in Thessaloniki, still there, I believe. Notice the odd treatment. If back, but there's an odd treatment of that abdominal area. So history plays a big factor in Shroud research. Here's the Hungarian Prague Codex. Many of you may have heard of this, most probably have not. This is an image that was found in 1192 to 95 in Hungary. Very much shroud-like features. The arms are crossed at the wrist like the shroud back there. Long fingers, no thumbs. Burial position laid out. In this case, there's no modesty clause at all. The body's naked. That's not in keeping with Byzantine sensibilities or Hungarian sensibilities. This is a naked body. Arms covering the private area. But that was unheard of, really, in Byzantium. They didn't paint naked images. But here's not only a naked image, but here's a naked image of the King of Kings in Byzantine terms. But down here you've got the cloth, the burial cloth. Looks like an artistic attempt to reproduce the herringbone weave of the cloth. The red crosses here are interpreted as blood stains. But there's another feature on this cloth which gives it away. These 4 holes are found on the shroud, and if you go back and look, you'll find them. I won't tell you where to look, but you'll see 4 sets of 4 holes on the shroud, the one displayed back there by the wall. That's a picture of one of those 4 sets. There are different locations because the shroud was folded into 4, and it's supposed that incense, maybe even in the 1st century if the shroud is authentic, the shroud was used in an ecclesiastical rite. Incense got it and burned through 4 holes, the shroud being folded. It's on each layer of that folding pattern. But on the Pray manuscript, right here where the circle is, are those same 4 holes. 1, 2, 3, 4. That points directly at Constantinople and at the shroud. Now, the source of the information used to craft the Prague Codex would appear to be unveiled given the following facts. From 1164 to 1172, the future king of Hungary, Bela III, was at the Byzantine court and became engaged to the emperor's daughter. In 1165, Bela III was designated to be the next emperor. In that capacity, he would have been permitted to view the image of God incarnate. Remember, one of those 2 Archiopietas that had been taken to Constantinople way back in 574. But if you were going to be the emperor, or were the emperor, you could view that image. It got caught up in the iconoclastic period that dominated Byzantium for several centuries. Images were not allowed. Images of God or his son were not permitted because to draw an image you had to put a border around it. And borders circumscribed what could not be circumscribed. So iconoclasm led to secrecy. And only the emperor, and Jack Marquardt may discuss this a little bit in the next 2 days, was given permission to view this image. But if Bela was going to be the emperor, he was also given permission, would have been given permission to view the image. When the emperor's son's manual, however, produced an heir, Bela's engagement was canceled. In 1172, he succeeded to the Hungarian throne, and during the final decade of his rule, this image was crafted in Hungary. And as I said, this image points directly back at the shroud and at Constantinople. That's not a hard judgment to make. The image has the same, is it proof? Make a judgment. You have to make a judgment. It's not going to be proof by itself, but all these things add up. And I'm just covering some of the high points. 1201 AD, the Imperial Relic Collection Inventory. Nicholas Meserides was the overseer of the Imperial Relic Collection that was maintained in the Pharaoh's Chapel of the Royal Palace in Constantinople. In 1201, he published an inventory of the linens in the collection. By this time, iconoclasm had passed. The image, both Archaeopeda images were brought out, put into the Imperial Relic Collection, and were viewed by more people, but not necessarily the public. In 1201, he published an inventory of the items in the collection. He gave the following description of one of the items: the burial cindones of Christ. These are of linen, they are of cheap and easy to find material, and defying destruction, since they wrapped the uncircumscribed, fragrant with myrrh, naked body after the Passion. In this place he rises again. Naked body again, not in keeping with common sentimentality and in Byzantium, but that's what they had, and that's what he reported. Again, the word uncircumscribed is used there. There's an interesting iconoclasm said you can't circumscribe the divine. You can't have an image because you have to draw boundaries around an image. Uncircumscribed, he used here if it refers to the shroud. Take a look at the shroud. There are no boundaries on it. The image just disappears into the cloth. There are no discrete boundaries on the shroud. And Masoretes is saying that. The uncircumscribed, fragrant with myrrh, naked body after the Passion. 1204. 3 years later, the Fourth Crusade, diverted from going to the Holy Land to secure routes to the Holy Land, attacked Constantinople. This is from a memoir of a knight in the First Crusade, Robert de Clary. He stated that he had seen with his own eyes a cloth that was raised up every Friday displaying an image of Christ. He wrote, "There was another of the churches which they called My Lady St. Mary of Blacherne, where was kept the cindones in which our Lord had been wrapped, which stood up straight every Friday, so that the features of our Lord could be plainly seen there. And no one, either Greek or French, ever knew what became of the cindones after the city was taken." Fourth Crusade was led primarily by the French and Venetians. They were in the city. He saw this with his own eyes. 1204. There's another slide here I want to show you if I could find it. Okay. 1204, 414. So after the Fourth Crusade, this image disappeared. Nobody knew where it went. And this icon appeared almost simultaneously with the migration of the cindones out of Constantinople. The icon provided a memory of the lost cindones in which our Lord had been wrapped. And it was preserved in Byzantium through the art of the period in an icon known historically as the Man of Sorrows icon. This icon provides an echo of the words written by Nicholas Masoretes in 1201. In this place he rises again. This is a strange icon. And by Robert de Clary, in which he records, the Lord stood straight up. The oldest known copies of the icon depict a dead but inexplicably upright Christ, Jesus. The body simultaneously reflects unique aspects of the shroud image: the crossed arms at the wrist, the long fingers, the hidden thumbs, and the blood flow from the side wound. The Man of Sorrows icon type generally shows the dead Christ rising out of a coffer type of box. Oddly. Upright dead man. But that's what Nicholas Masoretes, or Robert de Clary, said he saw. Here's an image of just the top half of the shroud, frontal image. Does it look like that icon a little bit? Let me go back to the icon again. And look at the treatment in the icon of the stomach area again, like on the epitaphios. Kind of strange, kind of strange. Here's the shroud. This is the top half of the frontal image of the shroud. Now there's something here I want you to notice. I don't know if you can see this from where you're sitting. Those up front can see it. Right here is a big water stain right in the middle of the abdomen. When you look at the shroud back there against the wall, go look at that feature. It's odd. You can't ignore it. And one of the strong theories is that it appeared in iconic images with the strange treatment of the abdominal area. It's an ancient water stain. By the way, I didn't mention, and just so you know, and for those that are new to the shroud, these lines down here that bracket the body image, these are scorch marks from a fire that occurred in the year 1532. Miraculously, they did not destroy, that fire did not destroy the shroud image, but it did obliterate some of the shoulder and arm area. But these were scorch areas from 1532, after the shroud left Constantinople. When it was in Constantinople, those lines would not have been on the shroud. But there were water stains associated with the 1532 fire, but there's a series of ancient water stains, this being one of them, that way predate the 1532 fire. We don't know how old they are. They're potentially ancient water stains. There's some theories about that. I won't cover that tonight. This is an image of John Jackson, who I work with in Colorado, who headed up the STIRP project. John was fascinated from the first day of the STIRP arrival in Turin. And it was a team of American scientists, large team of American scientists, that had access to the shroud for 5 days and 5 nights. They took tons of measuring equipment to Turin. This is back in 1978. And it's the most extensive direct examination of the shroud ever performed before or since was the STIRP project. John was fascinated by the fold lines that he saw on the shroud, because linen has kind of a memory, and fold lines, even if they're ancient, kind of leave a trace on the cloth. And here he is at a computer. This is an image of him using a computer program to map fold lines that he saw on the shroud in 1978, and then verified in later years when he had access to the shroud again during some of the expositions. He was given access to look again. This is a lifting device that John Jackson said is consistent with these fold lines, valley folds and peak folds, both ways, valley folds and ridge folds. He analyzed the folds and he said, ridge fold, valley fold, ridge fold, band of many folds plus a 7-centimeter discoloration band. This in particular, the folds are hard to see unless you have special photographic images of the shroud or can examine it directly as a linen cloth. But this discoloration band, knowing that it's there, go back and look and you'll find it. You'll see it. It's right there. Fold, 3 valley fold marks, 1 ridge fold mark. He constructed a prototype and said, gosh, the Byzantines were known for this kind of theatrical approach to liturgy. This might have been how Robert de Clary said the Lord was raised up every Friday in the Church of St. Mary of Blacherne, and he rises again. Fold lines are empirical. They're there. Some people say, I can't see them. They're looking at photographs. They are there. They are compatible and consistent with such a lifting device, which prototypes have been built for. It nicely raises the front half of the shroud out of a box-like coffer. Boom, box-like coffer. That tends to be empirical, where the art often and some of the history cannot be considered empirical. So you've got art history and this empirical aspect. At least it's a evidence of empirical lifting device. Both of those predate the carbon dating of the shroud. Carbon dating of the shroud is wrong if this is right. Unfortunately, we don't know why it's wrong, And it's important to tell the world why it's wrong, why it was wrong. There are several presentations at this conference. Joe Marino, Mark Antonacci, Bob Rucker will be discussing those issues. You're going to hear about that. What are they trying to do? They're not trying to kill the carbon dating date. It's dead. The art, the history, this empirical evidence, the carbon dating date was wrong. But why it's wrong, we don't know. So most of the presentations on carbon dating are trying to find why it was in error. Keep that in mind when you listen to those presentations. 1242, King Louis XIV, or 9th, I'm sorry. Between 1239 and 1242, the French King Louis IX, the future St. Louis, received 22 sacred relics from his cousin Baldwin II, the Latin emperor left in control at Constantinople. Among these relics was the encased Edessa cloth, the Mandilion. The building commissioned by St. Louis to house the relics stands today as the magnificent Sainte-Chapelle Chapel in Paris. I don't know, has anybody been there? Is it the most beautiful place you've ever been? This is renowned as one of the most beautiful buildings ever built. It was consecrated on the 26th of April, 1248. 1248, people. This building, if you've been there, you know how beautiful it is. And it was constructed specifically to house these relics that were sent to from Constantinople to King Louis. And the Mandilion was one of those. So one of the Archipedia images supposedly went to Sainte-Chapelle. We're going to hear about that tomorrow. What was it? What happened to it? Was it the Shroud? Was it not the Shroud? You're going to hear some presentations about that tomorrow. 1355, the Shroud appears in Liry, France. But this is 150 years later than Robert de Clary's statement that the Shroud disappeared in Constantinople. The family never indicated, the family that had possession of the Shroud never indicated how they received the Shroud. All they said was, l'herbe ou la lettre oblatum. And that was the person that found it, Geoffrey de Jory and his wife Jean de Vergy, and that is freely given. We don't know how they got it yet. We're going to hear some presentations tomorrow with some strong evidence and hypothesis that explains where Geoffrey de Charnay acquired the Shroud. So if you listen to that presentation, that can be absolutely groundbreaking. That can change the whole equation for the world about the Shroud. Because people have said, well, it disappeared in 1204 from Constantinople, and then it appeared, something appeared in Liry, France. Well, we know what appeared in Liry, France was the Shroud, but that was the beginning of the Shroud. It really didn't connect back through that 150 years. The presentation tomorrow may clear up a lot of things. Something needs to be said about Geoffrey de Charnay, who had custody of this. It is of note that Geoffrey de Charnay was referred to even during his life as the true and perfect knight. He was the author of at least 3 works on chivalry and was perhaps Europe's premier knight during his lifetime, with the reputation for great skill at arms and also for great piety and honor. On more than one occasion, he was given the great honor of carrying the oriflamme, the battle standard of the King of France, into battle. Geoffrey lost his life at the Battle of Poitiers while carrying the oriflamme on 19 September 1356, not much more than 1 year after he first displayed it in Europe after 150 years of obscurity. How did he get it? What kind of man was he? He was a very honorable, famous knight in France. And all of a sudden, the Shroud, not an Archiopieta, but the Shroud today that's in Turin, Italy, was in his possession. How to get there? We're going to hear more about that tomorrow. That's important. There will be some arguments. People are going to be fighting it out, duking it out. So if you go there, it's not because we don't know what we're talking about. We're trying to squeeze this data down to the final facts. What are we going to know? Because it changes the whole equation if we can clear up some of these mysteries. Now, the shroud from Lyrie, France, it went eventually from the family of Geoffrey Descharnay to the House of Savoy, a very prominent medieval ruling family, which eventually became the royal family of Italy. And it was not deeded over to the church, the Catholic Church, until the death of the last king of Italy, who was died in Portugal in exile after being the king of Italy at the time of World War II. So the shroud stayed in the hands of private individuals and families up until that time, when it finally got deeded to the church. The big question is the missing years. We've talked about that. 1204, the shroud is in Constantinople. It's one of those two Archaeopeda images, either the image of God incarnate or the image of Edessa. You're going to hear arguments both ways tomorrow, but we know in 1355 it showed up. The problem is we only have one of the Archaeopeda images in our custody today, and it's the shroud in Turin, Italy. And you say, well, what difference does it make then? We have the shroud. Who cares what the other image was? Well, it makes a great deal of difference to close the questions. We need to know what happened to that other image. What was the other image? We have the shroud. Which Archaeopeda image was it? And what happened to the other Archaeopeda image? It appears to be lost. I wish we could find it. If we could find that second Archaeopeda image, the world would be changed in a snap. Shroud's authentic, period. Almost becomes coercive at that time. I don't think the shroud can ever be coercive because of what it represents and who it represents. It's not in the way. It's not the way. But those arguments will be posed tomorrow. Okay, medical forensic. I'm going to go faster now. History is fascinating. There's the most presentations at this conference will be in the area of history, interestingly enough. Not nuclear science, history. So pay attention to those. Medical forensics. This is a close-up of the face, the letter 3. This is obviously a negative, the letter 3 on the forehead. Also notice the blood flows around the top of the head, just to point them out. Consistent with the crown of thorns, this is a blood stain in the area of image of a letter 3, or number 3. Notice the left cheek is more swollen, or the right cheek is more swollen than the left cheek. It's whiter. There's more image there. It was closer to the cloth. If the image is related to being closer to the cloth, that's why the image it shows that way. The face, the nose looks like it's broken, and the right cheek is distinctly swollen. Remember the pancreator when we showed that? The pancreator has a very asymmetrical face. And if you block one side and then the other, you can see the significant asymmetry there. The shroud face is asymmetrical also. This is a close-up of the back. Not only was the back scourged, the front of the body was scourged. Notice in particular, here you can see the dumbbell style or dumbbell type wounds. They're all over the back, but here it's enlarged, totally consistent with the Roman scourging instrument. It's even been analyzed to note that the back shows kind of a crossing pattern, and this has been analyzed to determine that two people scourged the body. There are different angles on the left and right, which means probably one of the persons scourging the victim was taller than the other. It wasn't just one person that went from one side then to the other. It was two people taking turns, whip, 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 because the angle of the scourge marks are different, indicating a different height of the tormentor. On the front of the body, there are 159 scourge marks. The front was scourged also, as I mentioned, 159 scourge marks on the front of the body, 213 on the back. Brutal. We're going to hear about the death of Christ in one of the there are two presentations on medical forensics. That's all. One of them has to do with the death and the cause of death. The scourging was so severe it could have caused death from hypovolemic shock. I couldn't take it. I know that. This is an interesting piece of archaeological find. In 1968, a skeletal heel bone with a 7-inch long Roman nail driven through it was discovered in an ossuary or bone box inside a 1st century tomb in the vicinity of Jerusalem. Significant finding. If you remember the Jesus Project back in the 60s and 80s, said, victims of crucifixion were simply thrown in a ditch to be eaten by birds and wild animals. They weren't released for burial. Being crucified did not warrant a Jewish burial. Wrong. But we didn't know that for sure until 1968 when a heel bone was found in an ossuary. So crucifixion victims were released for Jewish burial, at least some of them. So on the shroud, we see the bottom of the 2 feet, right foot. This is blood, right foot, left foot, lots of blood on the bottom of the feet. This blood flow off the side of the foot is interesting. It means that forensically, we don't know. The most traditional way that we see the body crucified is with a nail through the top of the feet with the 2 feet crossed, but it could have been that the feet were nailed through the heel, particularly that blood stain on the right. It's consistent with either method, is what I must say. This is the 2 hands crossed. The left hand has a large blood stain at the wrist here, and then blood up and down the arms as well. These white, remember the negative, white is blood, red. It shows the dark things on the shroud show up light in the negative image. This is a blood stain at the wrist, not in the palm of the hand. The palm of the hand's down here, it's in the wrist. We know that too because forensic people have actually crucified cadavers, and they know that it won't hold through the hand, it'll tear loose. So the Romans crucified through the wrist to catch some of the bone structure to support the weight of the body, consistent with that on the shroud in the wrist. This is simply a manipulation of this photo to raise that left hand into the crucifixion position. Notice the flow of gravity, the direction of that blood flow. The blood on the arms. Notice the direction of the blood flows, direction of gravity. You look at the shroud, you wouldn't notice that. So there will be a couple of interesting, just 2 though, because the medical forensic evidence is so convincing. We don't need to discuss it anymore. This man was crucified. This man was excruciatingly crucified and whipped. It was an excruciating beating and then crucifixion. Totally consistent with the gospel narratives, but even more horrible. And here it is. These are almost, the shroud negative is almost like a photograph. And when we look at image characteristics and image hypotheses, the most close to the actual image on the shroud is a photographic hypothesis. We're looking at a man who was crucified. Why was he crucified? We don't know. If we have faith, we have an idea he was crucified for us, but what a torment he went through. Linen cloth evidence. I'm not going to say any more about medical forensics. There's a large corpus of additional things that can be said in all of these areas. Linen cloth evidence. The Shroud Conservation Project of 2002 stabilized the layout of the shroud by stretching it out for flat storage. The reported post-preservation dimensions are 14 feet 6 inches by 3 feet 9 inches. The shroud, however, was not woven to these dimensions. Instead, these dimensions are only approximate measurements for an ancient cloth that has been handled, stretched in varying ways, and manipulated for centuries. Consequently, the more accurate specified dimensions of the shroud, that is, the dimensions used for those who crafted this cloth, are more likely in cubits. A weaving specification of the shroud of 8 cubits by 2 cubits would conform closely with the ancient Assyrian cubit of approximately 21.7 inches, 55.1 centimeters, that was used in the area of Palestine in the 1st century. This is a close-up of the cloth itself. A micrograph made during the Stirp project of the cloth itself shows the weaving pattern of the cloth. It's a herringbone weave. The cloth is woven in a 3-to-1 herringbone twill. Nothing comparable to the shroud has been found that originated in medieval Europe. Nothing. The late John Trier, a textile researcher in Manchester, England, studied the X-radiographs of the shroud taken during the Stirp expedition. He wrote, "The shroud is a very poor product by comparison to medieval European fabrics. It is full of warp and weft weaving defects. The impression I am left with is that it was a cloth is much cruder and probably earlier fabric. I think this lifts the shroud out of the Middle Ages more than anything I have seen about the textile." This is the textile expert speaking. So shroud research is broad. When the radiocarbon dating of the shroud was done in 1988, one of the things they wanted to do was find a control sample from the Middle Ages that could reasonably match the shroud, so they could control test a known medieval linen cloth that matched the shroud. Nothing could be found. John Jackson was actually contacted as well. John, do you know of any other cloth like this that we can acquire as a sample that can be a control sample for the radiocarbon? Nothing could be found. It can't be seen in this picture either. Let me go back, I'm sorry. It can't be seen in this picture, but there's banding in the shroud. And you can see it best in backlit photographs where you can see these dark bands that go through the shroud. Those are consistent with weaving of ancient linen because different samples of thread were retted separately and then woven separately. And so you got the banding, the different hanks of thread were different in color. It conforms to the specifications that Pliny the Elder used in the 1st century for making linen. Medieval linen didn't have that banding. They had figured out you don't ret the separate hanks of cloth or thread because you get banding, so let's do it all together. So medieval cloth typically doesn't have that banding. By then, it wasn't, but the shroud has it. Another pointer back to 1st century provenance. Okay, still talking about the linen cloth. Now, when we talk about the linen cloth, we're not just talking about the cloth, but we're talking about what's on the cloth besides the image. Now, this is a picture of Max Fry. The man on the right is taking sticky tape samples from the shroud during the 1978 Stirp project. To the back and the background to the left is the Stirp chemist Ray Rogers. Fry here is making an effort to collect samples of pollen from the cloth. Fry was recognized during his lifetime as one of the foremost criminal forensic scientists in Europe. In 1948, he was the founder of the Zurich, Switzerland Central Police Scientific Department. He undertook this project early in his retirement years. Now we're going to find some of this evidence is somewhat ambiguous, but it's telling too, and it adds weight. There are roughly 380,000 species of plant that have thus far been identified on Earth. The scientific study of the pollen of these plants is the branch of the science of botany known as palynology. Forensic palynology is the discipline that focuses on pollen found on an object of investigative interest, criminal, historic, or archaeological, as potential evidence that can place that object in a certain place at a certain time of year. Not so much in the United States, but in other countries, forensic palynological evidence can be used in court. We found pollen from this place where the body was dumped, places this suspect in that location. I need other evidence to collaborate it, but it's used in court. One of the factors that makes forensic palynology possible is that the outer wall of a pollen grain, the exine, and you see a picture of a pollen. This is an electron microscope picture of one pollen grain. Can't see it with the naked eye. The outer cover of that, the exine, is composed of one of the most chemically inert polymers known to exist. Pollen can last millions of years. I didn't know that. Most of you probably don't know that. But it also has a fingerprint that, because of the biodiversity of trees and plants in certain areas, the pollen from a certain area gives a fingerprint of that area. Max Fry analyzed, he got 56 pollens that he analyzed over a course of a number of years during his retirement, and he identified 56 pollens that he could identify with the area of Palestine, Anatolia, where Cilicia is, Constantinople, France, and Italy. Now, he died before he completed his work. It's not sound to make a firm commitment that the shroud had to be in those areas, but it's supporting collaborative evidence. There's more that can be done in this area. The custodians of the shroud have not allowed new samples to be taken, but the science of palynology, forensic palynology, has progressed tremendously since the time of Max Fry. More testing can be done. Nobody's promoting that really right now because there's other issues that seem to be more important, but he found the shroud likely was in those areas, and it is a science, forensic palynology. Temple steps in Jerusalem. Temple was destroyed in 78 AD, but these steps are still there. STIRT team members Roger and Mary Gilbert, while doing ultraviolet spectroscopy scanning of the dorsal image area of the shroud during the STIRT project, detected unusual signals when they reached the area corresponding to the soles of the feet, where we saw those blood stains. They immediately called for the assistance of optical physicist Sam Pellicore, who brought his portable microscope over to examine the area. Shroud historian Ian Wilson, in his book, and Bob's giving me the timeout. You want me to stop? Can I go on for 5 minutes more, Bob? Okay. Brought his microscope over, and his statement was, it's dirt. Dirt on the feet. Subsequently, they looked more carefully, dirt on the nose, dirt on the left knee, all of which is consistent with other things that we find in the gospel that Christ died. Let me go very quickly. I'm going to do a couple more things because I think it's important. Image characteristics. This is the most densely colored area on the whole shroud. It's by the nose. Each of the threads portrayed here has about 120 fibers in it. The fibers themselves are what bear the image. The image is on only the fibers individually, and you can see here that not even all the fibers in this most densely colored area are colored. And the fibers are thinner than a human hair. And the color goes around the fiber, but doesn't penetrate to the medulla of the fiber. Remarkable. Extreme superficiality of the image. almost inexplicable. By contrast, the blood areas show capillary flow and also cementation between different fibers. There's no cementation between the fibers in the image area, only in the blood area. And I'm going real fast now because I've been given this image I'd like to talk about. This was done at the Air Force Academy in 1976. John Jackson was teaching physics at the Air Force Academy, and he had a picture of the Shroud, and he was familiar with a image analyzer that was used by NASA and others to do image analysis, and he said, I'd like to put the Shroud picture on that. And so a person that he knew, Pete Schumacher, an engineer with Interpretation Systems, brought an instrument over to the Air Force Academy to make a brightness map of the Shroud. He said, I hadn't known about the Shroud before, but what happened next was extraordinary to me. The results were, to say the least, unique. The nose ramped up in relief, the facial features were contoured properly. This result from the VP8 had never occurred with any of the images I had studied, nor had I heard of it happening during any image studies done by others. No other image produces these same results. Jackson and Jumper were both officers teaching physics and aeronautics at the Air Force Academy. The STIR project was born at the U.S. Air Force Academy. Image formation hypothesis, very quick. If you give me 3 minutes, Bob, I can wrap it up real quick. There's 3 different categories of image hypotheses. Dead body alone, two routes to an image through a dead body, either contact, direct contact with water, oils, perspiration on the image, or gas, cadaverine, decomposing body gives off gas, possibly the gas reacted with the image. 2 image hypotheses with the dead body alone: artistic creation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then radiation. Rating the image hypotheses. There's only one presentation even talking about rating the image presentations at this conference. You can't see this very well, but all of the dead body alone doesn't work. It doesn't work. All the tools to analyze this are known. They've been discounted. Dead body alone doesn't work with the 17, and Jackson has used 17 image characteristics, rating each of these, and people in the history of Shroud studies. Dead body alone doesn't work. Artistic creation doesn't work. The closest is a medieval camera obscura, because the image is close to being a photograph, but it doesn't work either. We're driven over to the right side of this to radiation or electric field. Everybody that's here that is a scientist that studies the Shroud knows this. You may not know it, so you're going to hear argument. All those arguments are way over here on the extreme right. Radiation, light, looks like the only possibility for the image on the Shroud. The others have been shown to be inconsistent in multiple areas. Buy our book back there. It gives you the details of how those ratings are done. So when you hear controversy, be aware it's not controversy about image formation. It's image formation driven to the extreme right into the area of radiation as the only possibility that serious Shroud scientific researchers now consider a possibility. You're going to hear some variations on that from Bob Rucker, Mark Antonacci, Giulio Fonti, and others over the next several days. Dating the Shroud, there are several presentations. What I want to say here only is this. We can be confident that dating is wrong. There's too much evidence that the Shroud was in Constantinople in 1204, and that says the carbon dating of 1260 to 1390 is wrong. And besides that, Joe Marino is going to talk about the sample. Only one sample was taken. Leading up to carbon dating, there was a complicated system of planning that was put together called the Turin Protocol. They were going to take multiple samples from different places on the Shroud. They didn't. They only took one sample from the worst possible place, according to Alan Adler, a STIRP member, right down here in the corner of the frontal image, right down in the corner. There's ancient water stain in here as well. We're going to hear about that corner. But only one sample was done, and it came up with a date that the Constantinople presence makes it. But we don't know why. So we haven't explained it yet. So it's important to the public to say, well, when the carbon dating was announced in 1988, the Shroud went into a kenosis, like the kenosis of Jesus Christ and the incarnation. The public turned away, scientists turned away, said, well, that's it, carbon dating. After 1978 in STIRP, there was a general interest in the Shroud. National Geographic had a big article on it. After the carbon dating, it went quiet. We're still in that era, but we're very, very close to breaking out of that era. And this conference may have profound effect on doing that. I'm not going to do that. Concluding comments. I won't do any concluding comments. I hope this piqued some of your interest in all of these areas, but use those categories to look at what you hear this week. Don't just hear it as disjointed people arguing with each other. They don't know what they're talking about. They do, but they're in very small areas of discussion. The missing years between 1204 and 1355 is a big deal. 8 presentations being made at this conference on that topic. If we can get some coherence in that, but these guys that are presenting have very different ideas. So you're going to hear some people that don't sound like they know what they're talking about, but they're in a micro area focused on that. The bigger picture is the St. Louis picture. 2/3 of the hand went up. I judge the Shroud to be authentic. And the evidence supports that. But use your own judgment. You're free to do that, of course. I don't think the Shroud will ever be coercively proven, but it's difficult to look at all this evidence, to which I've just touched on, and say, there's no coherence in that judgment. There simply is. So thank you for your patience. I know that I was trying to punch a lot into a short presentation, but hopefully that was of some help to you and not confusing. Bob, thank you. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay.
Russ, would you like to continue at this point? Let's come on up. I hate to cut off a presentation like that, getting into the very basics of the Shroud, and just to save a few minutes. So we're just to save a few minutes. So we're going to go right into the next presentation here. Russ Briel has come from Atlanta for this. You're welcome to take a minute here for a bathroom break or whatever you need, but don't miss this presentation, please. There we go.
Hello, hello, testing. Don't leave. So, is it something I said? How do we get this up? Okay, here we go.
Readers there.
And let's see. How many of you have seen my presentation known as CSI Jerusalem? So, okay, good. A few of you have. Put that right there. We got to get. Why can't I find the mouse? Oh, there it is. Okay. And do we have it? We do. Okay. All right, excellent. So, all right. So, I'm going to be covering some of the ground that Bob just went through, and some ground that he didn't cover. And let me say, so if you have one of these devices, if you'll turn it to mute off something other than ring, that would be good. And you can tell how old this slide is. There's not a smartphone in there. I'm kind of nostalgic I'm trying to get this microphone to work. Sorry, I think I'm swallowing it right now. Hold on a minute. Wait. Huh?
It's got to be.
What am I doing wrong? Am I backwards or something? Okay. So it's there we go. Well, I'm from Atlanta, so and I'm jet lagged, so because I got in today, and there we go, Russ Brill from Atlanta, Georgia, home of Coca-Cola, Chick-fil-A, CNN, Home Depot, and of course where interstates burn and collapse. And then also we call it the collapsing Falcons, collapsed in the Super Bowl this past year. But I'm not sure which was worse, our collapse or the Seattle Seahawks a few years ago. I'm not sure which was worse. But needless to say, it doesn't appear that anybody can take on, Brady and Belichick. They just both need to retire to give some other teams a chance. The world is full of mysteries. If you Google the pyramids right now, you come up with all kinds of explanations as to how they were built or who built them. Lost race of giants, aliens from outer space, all kinds of theories on the pyramids. And then what about Stonehenge? That seems to make its way to the news about once a month with some new theory related to Stonehenge. And then, my goodness, who can understand crop circles? Are all these things hoaxes, or is someone or something trying to communicate with us? I don't know anything about these mysteries, but there is a mystery in Turin, Italy, also known as Torino if you live in Italy, and there, let's see if there, can you see my mouse? Does that mouse show up at all? No, it doesn't. Okay, well, never mind. See, somebody said there's a laser pointer here, so somewhere. Let me see if there's one here. That laser? Yeah, look at that. Well, you have to look at my right side. So, there's the Italian side of the Alps right there, which is why Turin was the home of the 2006 Winter Olympics and the home of Fiat Motor Works. And if you've been to Europe, you see these little Fiats running around everywhere, and they're all built right there in Turin. And now, how many of you know what Fiat stands for? Anyone know? Fix it again, Tony. Sorry for Emanuela and Giulio that are from Italy. You probably own Fiats, but they're just now being introduced or reintroduced back into the States. And also in Turin is this cathedral. And this was built in 1694 to be a permanent shrine or home for a particular mystery, which we all know what we're talking about. And in this church is a mysterious cloth with a mysterious image on it. And for hundreds of years, people have been making pilgrimages to Turin during an exhibition to get a glimpse of this cloth, believing that this cloth is the actual burial shroud that wrapped Jesus when he was in the tomb some 2,000 years ago. And so here we are, living in the 21st century. We scratch our heads and we say, really? Is that even possible? Is that even remotely possible that the burial shroud of Jesus still exists and sitting in a medium-sized church right now in northern Italy? Well, that's what we're going to explore. We're going to, here's what we're going to do. We're going to review the science. We're going to follow the historical trail. We're going to examine the body. We're going to analyze the blood. And we're going to consider what caused the image. Another name for this presentation is CSI Jerusalem. The case of the missing body. Now, you know, in first century, you know, those people that denied that the resurrection occurred, no one contested the empty tomb. The tomb was clearly empty. All they said was that someone must have stolen or taken the body, right? And then about 200 years later, during the Gnostic period, they come up with a new theory that Jesus really didn't die at all, and that somehow he survived the ordeal and hooked up with Mary Magdalene and moved to the south of France and raised a family. All we know is that the tomb was empty, right? So it really is, but here's the question. Does this cloth provide clues as to what happened to the body? So it really is the case of the missing body. So here's the first real important slide of the presentation. If I get my slide to change. There we go. This is, I'm going to go over to your left, my right. So here it's scene one down at the bottom. We see Jesus wrapped in a long linen shroud with his head placed at the center. Scene two up above, we see the angels holding this long linen cloth with a set of double images. So let's look at what the shroud actually shows. So, and of course, you've seen images already, and they're hanging up back there, and we just had another presentation. But if you look at the center of the cloth and look to your left, you'll see the front image of a man. You'll see the hair, the face, the arms, the hands, the legs. Look at the center, and look to your right. You see the back of the head, the shoulders. Here you see the back of the legs and feet to the far right. And so let's turn this vertical. A lot easier to understand what you're looking at now. Clearly, we see the image of a man, and we see the hair, the face, we see the arms, the hands. We see a nail wound in the wrist. We see blood on the arms here. We see the legs. We see some blood down here by the feet. Now, the shroud was in a fire in 1532. It's kept in a silver box. The top of the box melted, and a glob of molten or melted silver fell down onto it, burning all the way through it, creating a series of 8 burns. And so here we see 4 of these burns here, and these triangular shapes are actually patches that are covering up holes made from the fire. And so the image lies between these parallel lines, which are nothing more than burns, patches, and scorch marks. Now, during the fire, it was doused with water. And so we also have a pattern of water stains. And so you see there's a water stain here, water stain over the knees, water stain here, even one over the chest, even one at the top of the head, just so you have an understanding of everything that you're seeing here on the cloth. But now right adjacent to this patch right here is a side wound with blood flowing down from it. Now, what's interesting, if you Google the shroud or look at a book or a magazine, you'll always see the face. Sometimes you'll see this image, which is your full frontal image. What you almost never see is the fact that this is a front and back image of an apparently crucified man. And so here we see scrapes and blood flows all around the back of the head from an apparent crown of thorns. We see scourge marks crisscrossing the back in 2 directions, going from the base of the neck all the way down to the ankles. At least 120 scourge marks on the body. Kind of depends on how you count them. Here's blood across the small of the back from that side wound. Here's the back of the left leg with the bottom of the left foot planted firmly against the cloth with 2 exit wounds from 2 nails. Here's the back of the right leg somewhat elevated above the left leg with the bottom of the right heel. So now we have an understanding as to why this has been so intriguing over the centuries. Could this be the image of Jesus? Well, if you're going to ask that question, you got to start with Scripture. So what does the Scripture say? It says, Joseph of Arimathea bought a long sheet of linen cloth, and taking Jesus' body down from the cross, he wrapped it in a cloth and laid it in a tomb that had been carved out of the rock. So what do we know? Joseph of Arimathea is the man who purchased the linen shroud that Jesus would be wrapped in. He's also the same guy who owned the tomb in which Jesus would later be placed in. So now we know that Jesus was wrapped in some kind of a linen shroud, right? So now, this is John chapter 20, verses 1 through 9, a very important verse. And I posed this question: what did they see? Early Sunday morning, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb and found that the stone was rolled aside from the entrance. She ran and found Simon Peter and me and said, "They have taken the Lord's body out of the tomb, and I don't know where they've put him." They? Who's they? She's going to tell the apostles that the body's gone. So they is either the Romans or the Jews. But wait a minute. Her first reaction is that someone has taken or stolen the body. So then the scripture goes on and says, talking about Peter and John, we ran to the tomb to see. I outran Peter and got there first and stooped and looked in and saw the linen clothes lying there, but I didn't go in. Then Simon Peter arrived, and he went on inside. He also noticed the clothes lying there. Then I went in too and saw and believed. Believed what? Believed that he had risen, or at least believed that something extraordinary had occurred. So it begs the question, doesn't it? What did Peter and John see that Mary apparently didn't see? Because it had to do specifically with the shroud itself. Peter and John ran to the tomb, saw the linen cloth lying there, and believed? Well, what did they see? Well, there's a couple of possibilities. Had the shroud been stolen, had the body been stolen as they had alleged, you probably would have seen that cloth balled up and thrown into a corner. Well, what would you think? Well, someone stole the body. Or more likely than not, why would you unwrap a corpse? Wouldn't you just take the whole thing and run? And so when Peter and John got to the tomb, they would have seen nothing, right? It would have been empty, completely empty. So what did they see? My view, they saw that cloth laid out on that stone sepulcher, that slab of rock, exactly the way it was put there on Friday, undisturbed, nothing moved, except the body is gone and the cloth just collapses on itself. Now that might make you think something interesting had occurred, right? I mean, here's an interesting thing, is that, why is this thing coming up here? Oh, I have some kind of malware on your computer. So, I don't know about that malware. So now it's interesting that Scripture tells us a lot of things, but it doesn't tell us everything. And one of the things that's not in Scripture is any specific reference to Jesus' shroud having an image on it. So that's kind of a problem if you're trying to build a case for the possible authenticity of the shroud. So now we have to ask this question: how far back in time does the idea or the concept of Jesus' image on his linen cloth, how far back in time does this go? Now this is called hold on. I thought this was going to work. There we go. This is called the Mozarabic Rite of Holy Week. And it said this is brought to Spain in the 6th century. Peter ran with John to the tomb and saw the recent imprints of the dead and risen man on the linens. Well, now that's interesting. That's not in Scripture, but it's 1,500 years old. Does it go all the way back to 1st century? I don't know. All I know is that the first piece of evidence that Jesus had risen from the dead is specifically related to the burial shroud. So, how many of you know that Jesus was Jewish? Raise your hands if you know that he was Jewish. Okay, good, because I think a lot of people think he was Italian or something. So we have to look at Jewish burial practices. And this, according to the Jewish way of death and mourning, it says this. The Jewish Tradition recognizes the democracy of death. It therefore demands that all Jews be buried in the same type of garment, a simple white shroud. So get out of your mind right now any notion that the Jews wound their bodies with strips of linen like some kind of mummy. In fact, even the Egyptians were no longer doing that by the time the first century rolled around. So, but the scriptures are confusing, and so I'm going to put up all four Gospels here, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So now John 19:40 says that Jesus was buried according to the burial customs of the Jews. Okay, now here's all four Gospels. John 19:40 also says he was bound in strips. Well, there you go. That proves that he was wound like some kind of mummy. Well, not so fast, because Matthew says he was wrapped in a clean linen cloth. Luke says he wrapped the body in linen. Mark says then he bought fine linen and took him down and wrapped him in the linen. Only John mentions strips. So how are we going to reconcile this apparent contradiction? Now, how many of you remember the big miracle that occurred right before they determined that Jesus had to die? What miracle was that? Lazarus, the raising of Lazarus from the dead. This was the super miracle. I mean, this was the miracle of all miracles, and this is when they said, okay, that's enough. This guy's got to go. And so here, so Jesus and Lazarus were friends. Jesus knew that Lazarus was sick, knew that he was dying, knew that he had died, and then he deliberately waited 2 days until he begins his journey to where where Lazarus has been entombed. And so by the time he gets there, Lazarus has been dead for 4 days. He's good and dead. Lazarus is not walking out of that tomb on his own. And you know the story. He says, roll the stone aside from the entrance. Lazarus, come forth. And what's the scripture say? Out walks Lazarus wearing his grave clothes, bound hand and foot. So the logical synthesis is you have strips of linen binding the wrist, binding the ankles, binding the chin, and a single linen shroud wrapping the entire body. Especially true in cases of violent death. That's more to get into that. Okay, so everything seems to be consistent, seems to line up with the gospel account, seems to line up with Jewish tradition, but here's what we all want to know, isn't it? This is the central question. Is the Shroud of Turin simply a pious fraud, some kind of religious artwork of some kind? Or is it the most important archaeological artifact in the world, hidden in plain sight, hidden by controversy and confusion instead of dirt and debris? I mean, think about it. We're still looking for Noah's Ark, haven't found it yet, apparently. Still looking for the Ark of the Covenant, haven't found it yet, apparently. But the burial shroud that has wrapped the crucified and risen Son of God could be sitting in a medium-sized church in northern Italy right now, and the world at large barely knows about it. Why? Controversy and confusion. You see, at the end of the day, no matter how much science we apply, we can never prove the shroud absolutely to be the burial shroud of Jesus. Can't do it. You know why? We don't have the DNA of Jesus to make a match. So we can never prove it absolutely. But here's what we can do. We can certainly rule out a whole bunch of alternatives and come to a reasonable idea of what this cloth is. So, anyways, this is the exhibition held in, the shroud was held in public exhibition only 5 times in the entire 20th century. 5 times. This is the exhibition of 1978. It was on exhibit for 6 weeks. About 3.5 million people came to see it. Now you could get up close here for just a few minutes and view the cloth above the altar behind bulletproof glass, and then you'd have to move along. After about 2 or 3 minutes, you'd have to move along, let somebody else have a chance. Now it was at the end of the 1978 exhibition that a team of almost 40 American scientists had permission to study it. And when they arrived in Turin, they had over 70 crates of gear weighing over 10 tons, brought from about a dozen different laboratories throughout the United States. The name of the project was STIRP, or Shroud of Turin Research Project. Now, the chapel that the shroud is in now is attached to the royal palace, because this is where the king lived, and so the palace was there. So there were some rooms in the palace that were set up as an examination area, and you can see here this is the actual palace with the chandelier, very ornate. And so they got the scientists gathered around here. This is like a planning session to figure out. They have all these work on this cloth for 5 days, working in shifts round the clock for 120 hours. And then this is a steel table brought over built to the specifications of the shroud. And then so let's see, now here the shroud is brought out of the church into this room in the palace. It's going to be laid out onto this table. It'll be attached by magnets. And so you have these things up here are the actual magnets right here. You got numbers running down this way, letters running up here, so the whole thing is laid out into a quadrant or a series of quadrants so they know exactly what they're doing on the shroud. This is called photomicroscopy. Every square inch of the shroud was photographed at different levels of magnification. In fact, they took over 30,000 photographs when they were there. And this is when they used film. In fact, Kodak donated over $1 million worth of industrial film. So this was a tremendous project. Now, here are some of the tests that were performed for you science majors. Of course, photomicroscopy, optical and infrared reflection spectroscopy, scanning photography from infrared to ultraviolet, infrared thermograph imaging, low energy X-radiography, X-ray fluorescence spectrometry, particle analysis, blood analysis, and microchemical analysis. So and this is just a handful of, they did more than this. This is just a short list. So what's your takeaway? Is that they collected a lot of data, right? So now, what's interesting is this. Now, in 1977, there were two scientists, one with the U.S. Air Force Academy, one with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And they knew, and they had both been Catholic from when they were boys, so they had knew about the shroud, because in 1977, if you weren't Catholic, you had never even heard of the shroud. And so they learned that the shroud was going to be put on exhibit the following year, 1978. Well, this is the first time in 45 years that it had been on exhibit, not since 1933. And so they put together a petition to petition the authorities in Turin to see if they could get permission to study it. And to their shock and amazement, they were given a green light to go ahead and do this. And so for the balance of 77 and half of 78, they're putting together a team of scientists. Now, they're not Catholic scientists. They're not Protestant scientists. They're just top scientists in their field who have an opportunity to go to Europe for a week and study one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in the world. Now this sets up a very interesting proposition. Is this? You see, either the Shroud of Turin is the authentic burial shroud of Christ, or it's not. And if it's not, then what is it? If it's not authentic, well, then it must be the work of an artist. And if that's the case, well, then how was it done? There must be some substances on there, some kind of paint, ink, dye, pigmentation, stain. There has to be something on the cloth to account for this image. And you have a whole pattern of blood stains. Is it just paint? Is it animal blood? Is it human blood? Is it blood from actual wounds? I mean, come on. All this gear, 70 crates of gear, 10 tons. How hard can it be to figure out whether something's the work of an artist or not? But apparently, it is. And so we look at a quote from Tom Dumahala, nuclear physicist. He says, "We all thought we'd find it was a forgery and we'd be packing our bags in a half an hour." He lives down in Raleigh right now. He'll tell you today, we still haven't figured it out. And then John Heller, he was a blood chemist. He wrote this book in 1983. He says, "I was convinced it was a forgery, but now there's no question in my mind that there was a scourged, crucified man in the shroud." And he may not tell you that it's Jesus, but he's telling you that there was a scourged, crucified man in the shroud. And Barry Schwartz, some of us know him. You know, this is he's Jewish. I tell Barry all the time, he's more of an anomaly than the shroud itself. Because he's still Jewish and he runs the biggest website on the shroud in the world. So, anyways, he says this: we can't figure out how this image came to be, but the person we see here fits only one person known to history. And so, and here's the official conclusion of the Shroud Project in 1981, says this: We can conclude for now that the shroud image is that of a real human form of a scourged, crucified man. It is not the product of an artist. The bloodstains are composed of hemoglobin and give a positive test for serum albumin. So, the plot certainly thickens now, doesn't it? So now if I would suggest that if you were going to do if I was speaking at a college or a high school, I'd say if you want to do your own research project, your own term paper on the shroud, that you should start right here with the cloth itself as a textile, as an ancient textile. Now, remember, the shroud was in a fire, 1532, 8 big holes, right? Well, after the fire, it had to be attached to another cloth, cleverly called a backing cloth. And so here's the backing cloth here, and here's the shroud here. We can see that the shroud is stitched to the backing cloth, right? Now notice the backing cloth is one pattern weave. Almost every fabric we find in antiquity is woven in this fashion here. But the shroud is a very distinctive 3-to-1 herringbone pattern weave. Now, this is doable in first century, using first century loom technology, but you almost never find it. We've found examples of 3-to-1 pattern weave dating all the way back to the 9th century BC, but you almost never find it because it's expensive and therefore rare. What does the scripture say? Joseph of Arimathea, a rich man, purchased a fine linen cloth. In fact, everything about the manufacture of the shroud would indicate that this is probably one of the most expensive fabrics you could buy at the time, simply because of the way that it was woven. Here's what we all want to know, isn't it? What caused the image? Is it the work of an artist? If yes, how was it done? What substances were used? If you look underneath the shroud, you'll notice several things. You'll notice the burns, which burn all the way through it. You'll notice the water stains, which soak all the way through it. You'll notice the blood stains, which soak all the way through it. But on the other side of the cloth, you will not see the image of the man. The image of the man is a purely superficial phenomenon affecting only the top 1 to 2 microfibers, not threads, microfibers. Each individual thread is made up of about 200 microfibers. That means that this image resides on less than 1% of a single thread. Take a razor blade, shave the surface of the cloth, and that image is gone. So let me just show you what we're talking about. So in other words, the image appears on the inside surface of the cloth facing the body. It does not penetrate through to the other side. So now let's look at now this is called transmitted light photography, and hopefully you'll be able to see what we're talking about here. In that table that they brought over there, that steel table, that was designed to break apart an individual 1-foot panel. So they broke down a bunch of panels and put a big light behind the shroud to transmit light through the shroud. And it's interesting what you see in transmitted light versus regular light. So so here we see the shroud in natural reflected light. There it is. There's the image. You see it. I see it. We all see it. In transmitted light. Now here's the light right in back of the head, unfortunately. But anyways, you look down here. You see the blood on the arms. You see the nail wound in the wrist. You see the side wound here. Clearly we see the burns and the patches. Here's the water stain over the knees. Here's some blood by the feet. These horizontal lines is a banding effect from the way the shroud was manufactured. But where's the image? The image itself disappears in transmitted light. Why? Because there are no substances on the cloth to account for the image. If there were, you would see it. Just the same way you see the blood, just the same way you see the water stain. But you don't, because there are no substances on the cloth. In fact, all this does is visually confirm what we know from all the other tests, is that the most significant conclusion of the Shroud project is that there is no visible trace of any kind of paint, ink, dye, pigmentation, or stain. So, let's look at some photomicroscopy. On your left is rust left from an old tack. And you clearly see the rust particles clinging to the threads and the fiber. Let's just stop right there. Can you imagine who hung up the shroud using thumbtacks? Did anyone here do that? Because I want to have a chat with you. So, anyways, it's even hard to imagine it, but this is rust left from an old tack. Now, here's a burned area. Here's a charred thread here. Here's a thread that's perfectly intact right next to it. So now let's keep going. On your left is a blood image area. I'll give equal time. I'll go over here then now. So there we go. Just to mix you all up. So here's blood clearly soaking through and clinging to all the threads and the fibers. No problem seeing the blood. Now on your right there and on your right here, this is an image area from the tip of the nose, the darkest part of the shroud image. And you can hardly tell that anything is even there. You have to drill down several hundred times magnification to begin to see anything, and we'll do that in just a second. But I want to show you something. Now, Friday night at 7, I'm going to do another presentation called Art, Icon, or Relic, exploring the shroud, or exploring an ancient mystery through the realm of art, okay? So this is a little segment that I've pulled in from that presentation, because I think you're going to really like it. All right. This is a contemporary artist. His name is Tai Shan Schoenberg. I have no idea who he is, okay? But that's what he looks like, because that's his self-portrait. Now, I want to show you what happens when we Now, what's interesting is that the closer you get to the shroud, the less detail you see. What you'll all hear, everyone who's examined the shroud hands-on, says that when you get closer than 6 to 8 feet, it disappears. You can't see it. You have to stand back from it to clearly see the image. So now it's interesting. So the closer you get to the shroud, the less detail you see. However, when it comes to a painting, the closer to a painting you get, the more detail you see. Let's go close up on this painting right here. Look at it. I mean, my goodness. There's the brush strokes and the texture and the different colors. I mean, clearly you can see that paint is all over that thing. No problem recognizing this as a painting, right? Now let's go to the shroud. Nothing. Back to a painting. Back to the shroud. Nothing. So, let's magnify the shroud several hundred times. This is a portion of a single thread. We begin to see some yellowing on the very tops of the top 1 to 2 microfibers. Now, this is the best chemistry we have so far. At least, there may be differences of opinion on this too. But the shroud was soaked in a soapweed detergent. Soapweed is a plant, and from the plant we get a detergent, and it was soaked in there for days, and it acts as like a bleaching agent and a kind of like a preservative, if you will. And then they'd take it out and they'd lay it out onto the grass to dry out naturally from the sun. We're talking how this was done 1,500, 2,000 years ago. And so as a byproduct of this, a razor thin layer of sugar compound carbohydrates binds itself to all the threads, all the fibers, all over the entire cloth. Think of it as a soapy film. Well, something has interacted with this carbohydrate layer, but only in those areas immediately surrounding a body. So in other words, the image appears as a discoloration of the cloth with something having interacted with this carbohydrate layer, and that's why you see the image, not because of any substances applied to the cloth by some alleged artist. Now, the shroud has been called a monochrome halftone image. Monochrome meaning this: one color. Mono, one, chrome, color, one color throughout. There is no variation in color throughout the entire cloth. And now, where the image appears darker, it's simply due to a greater concentration of these individual microfibers that were affected by whatever caused the image. Not because of any more or less of a substance, not because of a different colored substance. Now, this just shows you a little gradient here. And so, in other words, if you were to look at like a newspaper, like a black and white newspaper picture, it's just like dots And so where the image is lighter, you have fewer of those individual microfibers are affected. Where the image appears darker, you have more of those individual microfibers affected. So in other words, the shroud appears to have a pixelization effect. This is very strange stuff. So, as you heard from the last lecture, the most important discovery was made in 1898 when it was photographed for the very first time. The image on your left is the image as you see it to the natural eye. The image on your right is the image as it appears in a photographic negative. And but it's very important to understand why this is significant. Is this? I mean, because I know we're firmly in the digital age. But does anyone remember taking pictures with film? Oh, you do? Okay, great, because I was at Georgia Tech a few weeks ago and nobody raised their hands. And so anyways, so you take your pictures down to Kmart or wherever and you get your pictures back, and in back of the pictures is a little sleeve of negatives, right? You hold the negatives up to the light, you say, who is that? You can't even make out any detail. You have to develop it in order to see what's on that negative. So why in the world does the image show up so much clearer in a photo negative on your right? Because the image, which can only mean this, that the image that is on the cloth on your left must be a negative image to start with. Therefore, what shows up in a photo negative must be a positive image. Well, how in the world does that work? And why? It's kind of like, that's kind of cool. And so, mystery number one, and look at the negative image in the full frontal image, in the dorsal image. Is an amazing amount of information in the photo negative. This is at the Brooks Institute in California. They had developed a mock-up of the shroud here. They have a volunteer here wrapped up in the shroud. Also the name of Joe Marino's book. So here we have a volunteer here up in the shroud, right? And what they're trying to determine here is what parts of the body would be in direct contact with the cloth, what parts of the body would be separated perhaps by a millimeter up to 4 centimeters, and the image is still there except lighter. So in other words, the closer to the body, the darker the image, the farther from the body, the lighter the image. In other words, it appears that the shroud contains distance information. In fact, this is kind of a crude diagram, but you can see that there would be areas on the body that would not be in direct contact with the cloth, but the image is still there, except lighter. And so artists have known about this 3D effect ever since photographs circulated worldwide after 1931. The artists started getting into the act and say, "Man, this appears to have some depth to it, some three-dimensionality." But probably the best rendering of this came from the documentary on the History Channel called "The Real Face of Jesus." Now they've just renamed it and updated it called Uncovering the Face of Jesus. If you saw that, it was on History Channel. Anyways, it's really all about Ray Downing, but I was happy to be a part of this, and I put myself up there because I wanted you to see me what I looked like when I had a mustache. But I grew it 40 years ago to make myself look older, and when it got all gray, it became counterproductive, so I shaved it. But at any rate, this is all about Ray Downing, and he's literally a state-of-the-art 3D animator, and he is extracting from a 2-dimensional surface a 3-dimensional relief without distortion. That's the key. He's pulling this out of a flat 2-dimensional surface into a 3-dimensional relief because the information or the data is in that cloth. This is another view right here. And then this is Ray Downing's rendition. He's a very skilled artist. This is what he believes Jesus would have looked like based on the shroud. If you would like to purchase this, no one has it here, but you can order it straight from raydowning.com. And it's beautiful images. He has lots of stuff on there. Well, what about the blood? What evidence is there to prove that the blood on the shroud is actual blood? Well, in fact, The blood stains test positive for 13 different blood components, including bile, bilirubin, serum albumin, hemoglobin, and others. And now here is the total pattern of blood chemistry. What we see on the shroud is not whole blood. It's not painted blood. In fact, it is called the exudate from actual wounds. And so, to wit, Dr. Alan Adler, one of the blood chemists that analyzed the blood, he says, and he's Jewish, by the way, and he says this: the blood marks seen on the shroud are consistent with a contact transfer to the cloth of blood clot exudates that would have resulted from major wounds inflicted on a man who died upright as a result of crucifixion. Now, why upright? Because all of the blood stains show the evidence of gravity. So in other words, your whole crown of thorns, all the blood cascading from the head, gravity. The wound in the side, gravity. All your scourge marks across the back, gravity. Even when the arms were upright like this, had to break rigor mortis, bring the arms down and tie them, otherwise they would have sprung right back up again, tie them down to keep them down, the blood flowing down from the arms in this position originally. Everything shows gravity. And in ultraviolet light, we know that there was a very thin halo contraction where the blood and the blood serum kind of separates. And you can see it in ultraviolet light, and the thickest part where the blood serum is on the bottom of the scourge, which means gravity. This man was upright when these wounds were inflicted. So let's summarize everything we know about the characteristics of the image. It's superficial, penetrates only the top 2 microfibers. There's no directionality such as brush strokes. There's no outline to the image. There's no cementing of the fibers as with paint. It's uniform in intensity, top to bottom, front to back. You'd think you need a piece of technology to do something like that. There's no variations in density as with known artworks, and you saw that self-portrait I showed you earlier. There's no particles between the threads, such as a dust rubbing. There's no capillary action, no evidence that any liquids were applied in the image areas to bring forth the image. There's no paint binder present, nothing to bind anything to the surface of the cloth. It's a negative image with distance information encoded. It's blood from actual wounds. It's AB blood type with human male DNA. We found that out in 1995. And there's no image under the blood. Ooh, now that's interesting. No image under the blood. Now, which tells us something. That tells us the order of events. That tells us that the blood must have got on the cloth first, followed by the image, because there's no image under the blood. So when did the image get there? We don't know. But maybe 3 days later, I don't know, just later, right? And so which kind of makes sense if it's authentic, right? Good Friday followed by Easter Sunday, but it makes no sense if it's the work of an artist. And there's been at least a half a dozen attempts to show how some alleged medieval artists could have crafted this, and they craft their image, and most of them are pretty terrible. There's a couple of them that look decent from a distance. They all break down under the microscope, and they all make the same mistake. They craft their image and then they just paint the blood where it's supposed to go. No. Blood first, then image. You do that, full body, front and back, you do that, and man, you have accomplished something. So far as we know, the shroud is yet to be replicated. Yet to be. So now, when you look at this frontal image on your left, dorsal image on your right, whether or not the shroud is authentic, this is astounding. Now that you know all of the very unique and specific attributes of the cloth, the image, and the blood, this is profound. So, is it just the work of an artist? Well, I'd like to meet him, wouldn't you? Because whoever he is predated Leonardo by several hundred years. And so who is the artist? We don't know who it is. We don't know how he did it. There doesn't appear to be anything else to his credit, and we can't seem to replicate it even today. Now, I'm going to give you history in 60 seconds, because we're going to come back to this. Legend and folklore tells us about a mysterious cloth that arrives in Edessa, Turkey, circa 1st century. And this cloth is there until 944, when it is taken to Constantinople. And it's there for about 260 years, I guess. And then in 1204, it's stolen during the Fourth Crusade, stolen by the French. And then it goes underground for a while, and then reappears in Lorraine, France, around 1353. Then moves to Chambéry, France, in 1450, and ultimately to Turin, Italy, in 1578. This is the probable historical trail if we assume that it's authentic. But I got to tell you, folks, and that we got a problem, and the problem is carbon dating, because it was carbon dated in 1988, and they said it had a date range of 1260 to 1390. So I guess this is the end of the lecture, the end of the conference. We can all go home. Unless tonight, my name is Paul Harvey, and I'm going to tell you the rest of the story. All right. So the original protocol agreed to in 1985 was completely ignored. They were supposed to cut at least 3 different samples from 3 different sections on the cloth. They didn't do that. So what did they do? Now, this is the general area that was cut for carbon dating right in here. Now, I'm going to give you a little historical parentheses. And the Shroud was in private ownership from about 1450 until 1983, over 500 years, it was owned by the Savoy family. And all the kings of Italy came out of the Savoy family, either by blood or by marriage. And so it appears that in the early 1500s, one of the Savoys went a little crazy and started cutting off little snippets of the Shroud to hand them out as like royal gifts, because this would have been considered a first-class relic, right? And so here are 2 sections of the Shroud. They cut off a big chunk here and another big chunk on the far right. So now let's drill down into this section. So this is the section cut in the 1500s. This little section here was cut in 1973 for textile analysis. And here's the section right in here that was cut for carbon dating, right in this darkened area. And there's a little diagram here with 3 postage stamp size samples. Joe, did you do this diagram? Because I stole this from somebody. So at any rate, here's 3 little postage stamp size samples that were sent to the labs. This larger sample was held back as a reserve sample. It was not carbon dated. So now why is this a problem? So I'm going to show you the way that the Shroud was exhibited over the centuries. So this is when it first arrives in Turin in 1578. I think the entire church is up here. Everybody's up here. Everyone grabbing a hold of it right here. I put this big red arrow here to draw your attention to this corner. Okay? The very next year, 1579, on exhibit again. I really appreciate the lovely bath towel they have Jesus wrapped in here. But just wanted to draw your attention to this corner right there. Let's keep going. May 4th was the official feast day of the Holy Shroud. Remember that this is where the king had his palace. This is the royal courtyard. They build a little platform up here and hold the Shroud up for the people to see. And then here's another one in the 1600s. Now we've moved from a bath towel to a pair of Depends. So they really appreciate that. And then another one from the 1600s. So here because the Shroud was owned by the Savoy family, they would also bring it out to bless royal weddings. And so here's a royal wedding in 1684. Look at me, just grabbing a handful of it right there. And it's here's another royal wedding in 1750, and here's another royal wedding in 1842. I mean, this goes on and on. There's a lot more etchings, but in every single instance, they are holding or grabbing the Shroud exactly where it was cut for carbon dating. So, if you were looking for the worst possible sample location, you would pick from one of the 2 outside corners where it had been held and handled, and that's exactly what they did. Well, that was genius, wasn't it? So so now there are competing theories as to what throws off the carbon date. Ray Rogers, he is a chemist with Los Alamos National Laboratory. He thinks that corner was subjected to some kind of a medieval reweave or some kind of a manipulation, because it appears that corner is not chemically consistent with the entire shroud. So is that what happened? Was this some kind of a medieval reweave? And possibly, I don't know, maybe it's neutron flux, and we were looking at that too. As far as Ray Rogers finds, he finds cotton in that corner. He finds a madder root dye in that corner. He finds a splice where the threads are connected, and he finds the presence of starch. So as far as Ray Rogers is concerned, he thinks he has all the ingredients for a medieval repair. I don't know. All I know is that something's wrong with that corner. And it's and Giulio Fanti. Where are you, Giulio? You're here somewhere. There he is, back there. He's got his book back here. He's a tireless. Giulio Fanti is going to be speaking at this conference. He is the most tireless researcher on the shroud that we have. He is incredibly prolific, and I'm really glad he's here, all the way from Italy, by the way. I just flew in from Atlanta, so I have no complaints. Julia, you'll have to tell me if I get this wrong. But Julia ended up with about 12 different samples of. So in other words, here's the problem. Okay, we're almost 30 years past carbon dating. No attempt to carbon date it again. So these Julio and some other researchers said, well, maybe there's another way that we can date this cloth. And so they began to collect samples of other linen cloths of a known age, about a dozen different samples from the current era, 1,000 years old, 2,000 years old, all the way back to 5,000 years old. And they plot. And they do chemical analysis on it, mechanical analysis, and they create a plot line of predictable chemical and mechanical decay over time with all these other linen cloths, and then they compare the amount of chemical and mechanical decay in fibers from the shroud, and by comparison, they determined that the shroud has a date range of 280 BC to 220 AD. Well, now that's interesting. Who's right and who's wrong? So, that brings us back to the historical trail. So, what evidence is there to prove that the shroud existed prior to the alleged carbon date of 1260 to 1390? Now we're back to this slide, and we're going to talk about the legend of Abgar. Now, Abgar was the king of the city-state of Edessa. And the story goes, this is circa 1st century, the story goes that he was dying of leprosy. And he sends a messenger down to Jerusalem because the fame and knowledge of Jesus as this amazing healer was all over the known world. Everyone knew who Jesus was and all the incredible things going on down in and around Jerusalem. So he sends his messenger down there. So now this is called the Genoa icon. This is in Genoa, Italy. And there's a little storyboard that goes around the sides here that tells us the story of Abgar. So we're going to look at these little panels here. So here's Abgar right here on his deathbed. He's dying of leprosy. He sends a messenger. His name is Ananias. And he sends with a letter and dispatches him to go down to Israel to find Jesus and ask Jesus if he would come back to Edessa and bring healing to him. So Ananias has finally got there. He finds Jesus, and Jesus says, well, listen, I'd love to help, but I just got other plans. And so Ananias says, well, he can't come home empty-handed. So he sits down on the ground and paints a picture of Jesus. And Jesus looks at it and says, that's pathetic. I could do much better than that. So he takes it and presses it to his face, and magically an image appears. This is not what happened. This is just legend and folklore to explain how an image of Jesus arrived in Edessa in the first place. But anyways, we'll go on with this story. So Ananias returns to King Abgar, presents him this cloth, along with the apostle Jude Thaddeus, who then evangelizes the city. Well, Abgar is healed of leprosy. Here he is, jumping for joy. Wouldn't we all be jumping for joy if we were healed of leprosy, right? So, now Edessa at this time was a pagan city, and they had their little pagan gods, and so they cast down the pagan god, and they elevate this cloth up above on this pedestal. But wait a minute, you can't put a cloth up there. So they actually crafted a mosaic based on, here's another one. I'll show you this in just a second. So here they are burning all the rest of the pagan idols outside the city walls. Now this is a very interesting story. This is probably the mosaic that was put on that pedestal outside of the city of Edessa. Phil Davol is an FBI investigator. He went to Edessa in 2002. He gets access to the museum in Edessa. He gets access to the basement. He befriends a woman there who speaks English, and there was this private vault area that no one was supposed to be able to go into. But the guard who was guarding it left for lunch. And he had an opportunity to sneak into this vault area and take a picture of this right here. And this is believed, or he believes, that this is the actual mosaic that was put on that pedestal outside the city walls of Edessa. I just think that's kind of cool. And you see how similar this is to the Shroud image. So, at any rate, Abgar dies in 50 AD. His first son takes the throne. He dies 7 years later. His second son takes the throne in 57 AD. He doesn't like this Christianity stuff. He reverts back to paganism and begins to persecute the church that is there in Edessa. So whatever this cloth was, it was hidden above the west gate of the city and put inside this kind of a niche above the gate, and put a big rock in front of it. And it was literally forgotten about for 400 years. And in the year 525, a severe flood hits that city, and in the rebuilding of the city, they rediscover above the west gate a mysterious cloth with a mysterious image on it. So this thing becomes known as the image of Edessa. It's described as the true likeness of Christ, not made by human hands. Now, from this point on, all of your Orthodox churches, anyone ever been to an Orthodox church or maybe an Eastern Rite Catholic church? Okay, they all have these icon images. And every single icon of Jesus derives its genesis from this image right here, the image of Edessa, that was discovered in the early 6th century. And so you can see how all of the Byzantine or Orthodox icons kind of look very similar to what we see on the Shroud. Now, there is a tremendous transformation. So prior to the revelation of the true likeness, here is a Byzantine church on the far side of Italy in Ravenna. Here's a mosaic of Jesus, clean-shaven, short hair, looking like the Roman god Apollo. Same church, opposite wall, 100 years later. Everything changes. Why? Because the true likeness has been revealed. And if you're an icon painter and you've been commissioned to paint a picture of Jesus for a church or whatever, you're not going to paint it any way dissimilar to what has now become known as the true likeness. And so from this point on, this is a Roman coin. They found this 6 months ago. This is a coin with the Emperor Nero on it. Notice how the image is in profile, side view, okay? This is from 1st century. Ever since the discovery of the true likeness, all of your images of Jesus are all front facing. Never in profile, never looking that way, always looking front forward, exactly as we see on the true likeness. Now watch this. These are the first coins. Julia, are you doing a presentation on these coins tomorrow sometime? I think you are. I think that's one of his presentations on these coins. He's done a lot of research on this. These are 2 coins minted in 692 by order of Justinian II. Now the question is, the exercise here is, what was the die cutter look? The die cutter is the man who crafted the mold for the coin. What was the die cutter looking at when he crafted the mold? What was his model? Was he looking at the true likeness? Most likely he was. Now, on your left, this is called the Tremesis coin, about 180 points of congruence. On your right is called a solidus coin, about 145 points of congruence. Points of congruence means this, that if you were to take those images and overlay them with the shroud, you'd find 180 or 145 points where they exactly line up. Okay? So in other words, when I look at this Tremesis coin, I'm saying, that is the shroud. I mean, look at that. And so, but I want to show you something so distinctive, so unique to the shroud, that the die cutter picks it up and puts it into his coin. Watch this. Double line across the neck, double line across the neck, double line across the neck. It's nothing more than a fold mark. The die cutter picks it up, puts it into his coin 1,400 years ago, 700 years older than the oldest carbon date. Now, it's been said that the image of Edessa, the true likeness, was mostly described as a face image, but it was also described as a tetradiplune, meaning doubled in 4. So if you double the shroud in 4, this is what you're going to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, we even have icon images that show that exactly. What about the historical writings? This is from the 8th century. King Abgar received a cloth on which one can see not only a face, but the whole body. The 6th century. The divinely wrought image which the hands of men did not form. 9th century. The city of Edessa, in which there was preserved the bloodstained image of the Lord, not made by hands. 10th century, a moist secretion without pigment or painter's art. That's beginning to sound really familiar. In the 10th century, again, he was barely able to make out an outline. And you know how superficial the shroud image is. 944. By this time, Edessa had fallen to Islam. And the emperor at Constantinople was concerned about the well-being of this most holy of all Christian relics. And so he marches the entire Byzantine imperial army, marches them 600 miles down to Edessa, surrounding surrounds that city. But he's not looking for a fight, because he brings with him 200 prisoners of war, bags of silver. He's just looking for a trade. And the Muslims were pretty sharp, and they said, we'll take that deal. And so without any kind of bloodshed or anything, on August 16th of 944, with great fanfare and celebration, they arrive back in Constantinople. Now the true likeness is here in Constantinople, in the capital city where it should have been all along. So here's the big church in the background, the big Hagia Sophia, right? Here's the general. Here's the army. Here's the emperor. In between the emperor and the general is a third face image. It's telling you that there's an image on this cloth. But wait a minute. This is not some small cloth. It's draped over the emperor's arm several times, all the way over the general's back. We're talking about a long linen cloth with the face image kind of in the middle of it, kind of where we see it on the shroud. 1201 from Constantinople. In this place, the naked Lord rises again, and the burial linen can prove it. Now, we've seen lots of images of Jesus in bath towels and depends and other things, but I got to tell you, on the shroud, he's naked. This is what he's describing right here. 1204, lowest point of church history. Now this is the Fourth Crusade. At this point in 1204, Constantinople was the richest city on the face of the earth, and it was protected by 3 concentric walls, the tallest of which is 60 feet high. And now The Fourth Crusade was authorized by Pope Innocent III to send the Crusaders down to the Holy Land to liberate the Holy Land from Muslim control. But wait a minute. The man who was financing the crusade was the Doge of Venice. And he had built a whole fleet of sailing ships to sail the Crusaders down to the Holy Land, but he was running out of money. And he had all the Crusaders stuck on an island, and he threatened them with starvation if they did not agree to divert first to Constantinople. But they didn't want to do it because it was forbidden to attack another Christian city. But they kind of had a dilemma on their hands. All right, let me get this straight. So we can either starve to death or we can go to Constantinople. I guess we're going to Constantinople. And so they arrive there in 1203. They begin building their siege weapons and weapons of medieval war and catapults, and you can imagine all the, all kinds of stuff. And so in 1204, the war would begin. It took months to breach those walls. And these are pictures from the war. Just kidding. It took months to breach those walls, but they finally got into the city, and when they got in, they burned down half the buildings. They stole everything of value, all the silver, all the gold, all the ivory, and all of the relics of the saints and relics related to Jesus. And so, as you can imagine, a letter of protest was written the following year to Pope Innocent III, and this is how the letter reads. It says, in April of last year, a crusading army, having falsely set out to liberate the Holy Land, instead laid waste the city of Constantine. During the sack, troops of Venice and France looted even the holy sanctuaries. The Venetians partitioned the treasures of gold, silver, and ivory, while the French did the same with the relics of the saints, and, most sacred of all, the linen in which our Lord Jesus Christ was wrapped after his death and before the resurrection. This cloth was in Constantinople and was stolen during the Fourth Crusade in 1204. But there's reason to contest that claim. Okay, now wait a minute. So you're saying that the cloth that disappeared in 1204 is the same cloth that showed up in Lorraine, France in 1353, and is the same cloth that's in Turin, Italy right now? How could you prove that? I mean, okay, fine. The icon images kind of look like the Shroud, and the historical references sound like the Shroud, but you can't prove that the Shroud that disappeared in 1204 is the exact same cloth that somehow showed up in 1353. Well, do you think I'd set that up unless I could prove it? So, no, wait a minute. So now let's. Bob talked about this in the earlier presentation, but let me explain it. So, we have the big burns in 15. Now, this is where you got to put your CSI Jerusalem hat on, okay? Got your big burns, 1532, right? Now, we have also a set of smaller burns, an L-shaped pattern of burns here, like right here and here. Now, here is the previous pope. He's holding a censer. Anyone know what a censer is? Okay, so you got hot burning coals on the bottom. You put incense on top of the hot burning coals, which burns the incense. And the incense wafts up and represents, anyone know what the incense represents? Prayers of the saints, right? So we think there was like an oops moment. Probably it's some kind of Orthodox Byzantine era. You had the shroud probably folded up, laid onto an altar, and the bishop or whatever was going around the altar with his incense, and there was a hit the table, and some hot coals fell onto the cloth, burning all the way through it. Because if you look at the burn pattern, it starts here, goes here, ends there, and so this would seem to be consistent with hot coals, and it's now. This, fortunately, we have a copy of the shroud that was painted in 1516. This is before the big fire. So we don't see the big burns, but what do we see? Very prominently featured is the L-shaped pattern of burns here and here. So it tells you something. It tells you that this is a separate burn incident that occurred prior to the 1532 fire. So when did they occur? We actually don't know. But now we're back. You saw this slide earlier. This is called the Hungarian Prayer Manuscript. It's the first book ever bound in the Hungarian language, and there's a whole series of picture codexes depicting the life of Christ and the crucifixion of Christ. Okay, and there's two scenes there's two scenes here. Jesus laid out on the burial shroud, being anointed with oil. Jesus wrapped in his burial shroud down below. Let's look at scene one. Scene one up above, we see an image of a naked man. We talked about that. We also see 4 fingers and no thumbs. On the shroud, 4 fingers and no thumbs, something we'll talk about in just a minute. Now we know that a nail going through the palm of the hand will not hold the weight of a crucified man. Had to be in the wrist. And when it goes into the wrist, what does it do? It partially cuts the median nerve, or nerves and tendons and other stuff, causing the thumbs to jerk into the center of the palm. So at either point where thumbs could be visible, there are no thumbs visible. And that's exactly what we see here. Well, sorry. Okay, now let's look at the bottom panel. Much more instructive. Here on this man's arm is a face image. It's telling us there's an image in this cloth. Notice these zigzag lines denote the very distinctive herringbone pattern weave of the shroud, and very interesting, an L-shaped pattern of holes. So there's the holes there. Let's drill down. There's the hole pattern. This is the zigzag lines of the actual weave of the cloth, comparing with the zigzag lines on the Hungarian Prey manuscript. The bottom line here is this: there's absolutely no reason for the artist to have put these holes here unless he was looking at the Shroud of Turin today. Now, this artwork was crafted somewhere between 1160 and 1170. It is an eyewitness based on the shroud that was in Constantinople, which is clear, absolute proof that this cloth was in Constantinople and was stolen during the Fourth Crusade, and that is no small point, because 1204 is already older than the oldest date of 1260, oldest carbon date of 1260, and it didn't just get there in 1204, it had been there for hundreds of years. So what does it mean? It means this: the historical references, the influence on ancient icon images, the Hungarian Prey manuscript, all point to one conclusion, that the shroud dates to at least the 6th century. Well, is there any other evidence that could corroborate this historical trail? Well, thank you for asking, because there's a whole pattern of pollen on the shroud that also corroborates this trail. In fact, Dr. Avinoam Danin, he's the leading botanist in Israel. He's written 7 books on the flora of Palestine. His last and 8th and final book, he died last year. It was called The Botany of the Shroud. And this is what he says: using my database of more than 90,000 plant locations, the place that best fits the assemblage of the plant species whose images and often pollen grains have been identified on the shroud is 10 to 20 kilometers east and west of Jerusalem. Well, that's pretty specific. Latest research. And Julio, I hope you're going to talk about this, because this is part of some of your stuff. Latest DNA research. The particulate matter, dust and stuff that was collected, and debris collected from the shroud in 1978 and 1988 were finally allowed to be analyzed. And they did a lot of DNA analysis on various plant particles, as well as looking for any human DNA. And what's interesting, I thought this was the most significant part of the report, is this: one of the most common snippets of mitochondria DNA, which comes through the mother, was from the Middle East. And the quote from the report: rare in Western Europe, and it is typical of the Druze community, an ethnic group that has origins in Egypt and lives mainly in areas between Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Israel, and Palestine. Now, what does this tell me? It tells me that people who lived there handled and held the shroud. Kind of corroborates the pollen evidence. Now, I need for you to do something for me. I need for you all to put your hands on the side of your head like this. Okay, good. This is for your own safety, because this will blow your mind. I'm just warning you. Okay. They did X-radiography to detect trace elements on the shroud. And they detected microscopic particles of limestone particles. You have to magnify 2,500 times to see one of these particles. But this travertine aragonite limestone is all over the shroud. But it's the same exact kind of limestone that is common to the tombs and hills around Jerusalem. Now, they also found particles of calcite. Now, this if you don't know what you're looking at, this is the foot area of the shroud right here. Okay, so they found particles of calcite. Now, calcite is the common ingredient in road dirt, and they found calcite particles, but only in two places: on the knees and on the feet. And so it's like, what would you expect from someone who walked in sandals and fell under the weight of the cross? So researchers went back to Israel in 1986, and they took several samples from various locations around the country. But the only sample that had the same chemical signature as the calcite taken from the shroud, that sample was taken from the Damascus Gate in Jerusalem. And that's like ground zero. I'm just saying. Okay, fine. Let's get skeptical. Thousands of people were crucified. How do you know it's Jesus? It could be the shroud of anybody. Well, as I said before, we don't have the DNA of Jesus to match it up with something we might extract from the shroud. You can never prove it absolutely, but it would at least be instructive, would it not, to compare the shroud with the gospel account and see how well they line up. So, let's start off with the most distinctive aspect of the crucifixion of Jesus was the crown of thorns. It was a singular mockery for the man who claimed to be king of the Jews. Not everyone received the crown of thorns as a routine of crucifixion. Here we see blood all over the head. They actually put the color red in here to show you where all the blood is, all into the face and into the beard. Here's scrapes and blood flows all around the back of the head, probably because the crown of thorns looked a little more like this. Not a nice, neat little wreath, but literally a bulky clump of thorns jammed onto his head. Let's listen to what the scripture says. And then they twisted together a crown of thorns, and they set it on his head. And they put a staff in his right hand and knelt in front of him and mocked him. "Hail, King of the Jews," they said, and they spit on him and took the staff and struck him on the head again and again. Can you imagine this? And we know that Jesus was scourged. Here we see scourge marks crisscrossing the back in two directions, going from the base of the neck all the way down to the ankles. Two men probably on either side of him, one taller than the other based on the different angles of the scourge marks. Using a Roman flagrum, has a wooden base with usually three leather thongs that come out with a tip of either bits of bone or metal, usually sheep knuckles. I grabbed some stills from the Passion of the Christ movie because people complained that the movie was too violent, it was unrealistic. Based on the shroud, I think it's pretty accurate myself. Now, the uniqueness of Christ's crucifixion is that he was both scourged and crucified. Now, normally, you might have been scourged lightly, but you weren't scourged like this because the Romans expected you to stay alive on the cross all day long. They weren't looking for you to die quickly. And so generally you would either be scourged and released as a form of punishment. How many times did that happen to Paul as recorded in the book of Acts? Maybe 5 times. And then, or you were crucified for execution. Rarely would you be both scourged and crucified. So here's one of the thieves. He's barely touched. Here's Jesus all scourged up. Why? What's the difference? Because Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor of Judea, did not think that Jesus was guilty of a crime worthy of capital punishment. He didn't want to kill him. And the first thing he did was he sent him to King Herod. And Herod sent him back. And then he tried to trade Barabbas, and that didn't work. And so finally, he has him scourged to within an inch of his life, thinking that when this bloodied hulk of a man came walking back into the courtyard, that maybe they'd say, well, okay, that's enough. I guess you don't have to kill him. It's not what happened, though, is it? So despite being brutally scourged, they still wanted him dead. So now we have a man who's brutally scourged and crucified. And we know that Jesus was nailed in the wrist. We already talked about nail going through the palm of the hand, cannot hold the weight of a crucified man, had to be in the wrist. Here it is in the wrist. And here are the two, apparently two exit wounds for two nails on the feet. The legs are not broken. What's the significance of that? Well, let's read the scripture. Because the Jews did not want the bodies left on the crosses during the Sabbath, they asked Pilate to have the legs broken and the bodies taken down. The soldiers therefore came and broke the legs of the first man who had been crucified with Jesus and the nose of the other. But when they came to Jesus and found that he was already dead, they did not break his legs. These things happened so that the scripture or the prophecy would be fulfilled. Not one of his bones will be broken. And so what would happen then? They would crucify someone. Late in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they would come by with a large wooden mallet weighing about 15 pounds, like you see here. They shatter the bones under the knees, can't stand on broken legs, die from asphyxia, the inability to breathe. And within about 10 minutes, they're dead. Take them down, almost always thrown into a common grave. Rarely is someone crucified given an individual burial. But what does the scripture say? Well, let's look at it. One of the soldiers pierced Jesus' side with a spear, bringing a sudden flow of blood and water. Here's the side wound. This elliptical shape here is the wound. This is blood flowing down from the wound. These clear areas in this blood stain, sorry for you folks over here, here's the wound. These clear areas in this blood stain is the separation of blood and blood serum. Now this is interesting because this doesn't occur unless the body is dead. This is post-mortem blood flow because you have the clear separation of blood and blood serum. Because if the blood's circulating, there's no separating. But after the blood stops circulating, then as you probably know, the blood, the red blood and the clear plasma separates. After about 30 minutes, in goes the spear, out flows blood, blood serum, probably pleural fluid from the lungs, maybe even pericardial fluid from the heart. So I don't know if John saw water, but I think what he saw was something that looked like water. This is blood across the small of the back from that side wound. It also is post-mortem blood flow. Blood that flowed after death. Every other wound on the body occurred prior to death. This wound occurred after death. Everything about the wounds that Jesus sustained are perfectly consistent with the gospel account. But here is an enormous anomaly, and that's this. Here you have a man who died a criminal's death. He was crucified between two thieves, and yet he's wrapped in a rich man's shroud. That doesn't happen. It just doesn't. In fact, it's so significant that it's even a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. In Isaiah 53, it says he was assigned a grave with the wicked and the rich in his death. How do you do that? Crucified, criminal's death, between two thieves, yet wrapped in a rich man's shroud, placed in a rich man's tomb. Here, this is an Egyptian burial tunic. There's about 75 of these in the Museum of Cairo. They all date back to the 2nd century. Now remember I told you that even by the 1st century, even the Egyptians were no longer winding their bodies with strips of linen. Here's the common denominator of all these. They all have large swirling stains where the body decomposed over the years. There are no stains of decomposition on the Shroud of Turin. So if there was a body in that cloth, it wasn't in there for very long. So, what caused the image? Is it the work of an artist? I'd like to meet him, wouldn't you? Custom crucifixion. Someone deliberately murdered, executed to emulate or replicate what happened to Jesus during the Middle Ages. I suppose it's possible, but as far as we know, corpses don't make images on linen shrouds. They just don't. Well, what about resurrection then? Because after all, if this is the burial shroud of Jesus, then we know that something pretty spectacular happened on the third day, at least according to Scripture, right? So maybe we should explore that just for a minute. So, now, if you're going to ask this question, every miracle that Jesus did had eyewitnesses. Everything. Raising Lazarus, healing the sick, walking on water, calming a storm, feeding the multitude. Everything he did had eyewitnesses. But the greatest miracle of all, the resurrection from the dead, the miracle that established him as the Son of God, had no eyewitnesses. And it's saying, well, that's kind of weird. Well, there's a reason for that. There was a big stone rolled in front of the entrance. So, if you're going to ask the question of what happened to Jesus in the tomb, well, we don't have any eyewitness accounts. So, but we do have other verses of Scripture that may give us some clues as to what happened to Jesus in the tomb. And here's one right here, talking about the angel, that he says his appearance was like lightning, and his clothes were white as snow. Brilliant being of light. Now, how is Jesus described on the Mount of Transfiguration? You know this story. This is about 6 months before Jesus was even crucified. Peter, James, and John are at the bottom of the hill. Jesus goes up to the top of the hill, and it says this, and he was transfigured before them, and his face shone like the sun, and his garments became white as light. Jesus is transformed into a being of light before the crucifixion. And then how does he appear to Saul, who becomes Paul in the book of Acts on the road to Damascus, right? It says this, suddenly a light from heaven flashed around him, and he fell to the ground. I heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? And he said, who are you, Lord? And he said, I'm Jesus. And Saul got up from the ground, and his eyes were open. He could see nothing. Paul was blinded for 3 days after this event. So just do a straight Bible study. Forget the shroud for a minute. What would you think? What would happen the very split second that Jesus' soul came zooming back into that lifeless body? I think there must have been an explosion of light and then gone. And that's what I think. Now, that's kind of hard to replicate in a laboratory. Now, an article came out, 1985, Biblical Archaeological Review, said this, the shroud is a fake because the fingers are too long. Oh, great. So now we have a medieval artist who gets everything right except the fingers. So maybe we're not looking at fingers. This is my only prop right here. This is a skeletal hand. And you look at this hand and you say, man, those fingers are really long. Unless I overlay my hand against this and you realize that half of this is in the palm of your hand. So what we're looking at on the shroud is literally the skeletal feature of the hand. We are looking at the combination of flesh and bone simultaneously. And so we see here's the shroud. It corresponds with a skeletal structure. So in other words, we think, or at least I think, this is a clue. And we even see it with the head. The large hollow orbits of the eyes correspond with a skull. Even some researchers could even see the roots of the teeth here. So in other words, it may be giving us a clue as to the nature of the shroud image. You see, here's the problem, is that direct contact with a corpse only explains the blood. That's it. It does not explain the image, because we're looking at some kind of other image mechanism. Because we're talking about an image. It is uniform in intensity, top to bottom, front to back. It what penetrates the cloth? What 1 to 2 microfibers? It's a negative image. It has distance information. I mean, come on. This is not a contact image. This is something else. And so many many researchers have been considering maybe some kind of radiant energy mechanism, heat, light, radiation. I'm in for light. Now I'll tell you. Now they did some. Is Paulo going to be here? Is he here? Okay, great, because this is his research, so he should get up here and do this part of the lecture. Okay, so researchers with the ENEA, that's the Italian Agency for New Technologies, they've been experimenting with ultraviolet excimer lasers, And they determined that a 40 nanosecond burst on a UV laser against a control sample of linen achieves the very same depth and coloration as we see on the shroud. And I'm saying, now that's seriously cool. Because you see, the best explanation for what happened to Jesus in the tomb comes from the Apostle Paul, who writes in 1 Corinthians 15. And this is what he says. Now bear in mind, what I'm about to tell you, what I'm about to read to you, isn't even talking about Jesus. It's talking about you and it's talking about me. It's talking about a future event. And listen to what he says. He says, well, wait a minute, if a slide would move. There we go. Listen, I tell you a mystery. We will not all sleep, but we will all be changed. How? In a flash, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound and the dead will be raised imperishable and we will be changed. We will be changed. In a flash? Maybe a 40 nanosecond flash? That's kind of cool. So this is talking about a future event. It hasn't even happened yet. But this is exactly what happened to Jesus in the tomb. Now, how do I know that? Because Jesus is called the first fruits of the resurrection. If he's the first fruits, that means we are the rest of the fruit that comes later at the end of the age. Let's wrap your head around that for a minute. Right? So that's telling you something. Right, exactly. It's time for this again. So this tells you that whatever happened to Jesus in the tomb is going to happen to us at some point in the future. Get ready. Get ready. What's the nature of the post-resurrection body? On the evening of the first day of the week, when the disciples were together with the doors locked for fear, Jesus came and stood among them and said, "Peace be with you." Now, they just killed Jesus. These guys are in the upper room. They're freaked out. They think they're coming for them next. They got the windows locked. They got the doors locked, and all of it. And Jesus does not come and knock on the window. He knock on the door. He doesn't climb in the window. He just appears. And the scripture says that they came up to him and they touched him, make sure he was not a ghost or an apparition, right? That he was fully flesh and bone, as he says. And then they broke bread. And then he talks about the kingdom, probably for hours. And then Jesus leaves the same way he came. Now, later that night, or maybe the following day, we're really not sure, Thomas, he decides to come back. Thomas wasn't here. Can you imagine that scene? When Thomas walks back into that upper room, everyone must have just run up to Thomas and said, "Thomas, it's true. He is alive. He was here. We touched him. We broke bread. He talked about the kingdom. It was amazing. Where were you?" And you can imagine Thomas probably folding his arms in some kind of defensive posture and says, "No, no, no. I will not believe. I can't believe. Not until I thrust my hand into his side and placed my fingers into his nail wounds." Those were his words. Now, a week later, Jesus appears again in the upper room. This time, Thomas is there. And the first person Jesus speaks to is Thomas. And he says, "Thomas, come here." You can imagine Thomas falling at Jesus' feet. And he says, "Thomas," quoting his own words back to him, says, "Thomas, thrust your hand into my side. Place your fingers into my nail wounds and be not faithless, but believe." Now at this point, forever known as Doubting Thomas, now makes the strongest profession of faith in the entire New Testament. He says, "My Lord and my God." But he couldn't do it, wouldn't do it, was unable to do it until he was face to face with the resurrected Christ for himself. You see, this, my friends, is the message of the shroud. You see, for years, I've been wondering, why has God preserved the shroud? Why has God revealed the shroud over the course of the 20th century through science and technology? And here we are living in the 21st century, and we communicate more with images than we do with words. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, come on, images are everywhere. We communicate far more with images than we do with words. And it makes me wonder whether the shroud was preserved for this time in human history. You see, now this is Caravaggio's famous Doubting Thomas. This is I think, in a museum in Munich, Germany. We've readapted it for the shroud. You see, I think that's the message of the shroud. to the doubting Thomases of the world today, that somehow, vicariously, through the shroud, we can have the same opportunity that Thomas had. Literally, that we can, that we in some proverbial way can thrust our hand into his side and place our fingers into his nail wounds and be not faithless, but believe. Now, folks, I got to tell you, I don't know if the shroud's authentic or not. I just have a hard time believing that this is the work of some medieval artist, okay? We don't know who he did. We don't know how he did it. Never did anything else. I guess it's conceivable, right? But here's what I know for sure, is that the message of the shroud is identical to the scripture. There is no difference. And so what is that message? It's very specific. It's, first of all, past. It's because it speaks to a historical event. It's past, present, and future. It speaks to a historical event that occurred 2,000 years ago, the most significant event in human history. Now, there are millions of people in the world who say this: why do I have to believe that Jesus rose from the dead in some supernatural resurrection? Why can't I simply believe that he was a good man who did good things? And I submit to you, you can believe whatever you want, but if that's all you believe about Jesus, it's not enough. Now, why do I say it's not enough? Because if Jesus is not risen, he's dead. And a dead Jesus can offer you or me nothing. Only a Jesus who is risen from the dead, only a Jesus who has defeated the power of death, only that Jesus has the right, the ability, and the authority to offer you or me anything beyond this life. So you have to start with the resurrection as a settled historical event, and you don't need the shroud for that. You have the testimony of all the apostles, every single one of them except for John. They tried to kill John, couldn't kill him. But they killed all the other ones, thrown from the temple, stabbed through with a stone, pulled in half, beheaded. Every one of them died horrible martyr's death for their testimony. What was their testimony? That this Jesus who the Romans crucified is risen from the dead. That was their testimony all through first century. You don't need the shroud. The shroud is just icing on the cake as far as I'm concerned. But the message of the shroud is also future. It speaks to a future event. We've already talked about it. 1 Corinthians 15, behold, I show you a mystery. Will not all sleep, will all be changed. How? In a flash, in a twinkling of an eye? What? This is a future event. You see, I think the shroud is a snapshot, a literal photograph of that event. The shroud in some way is saying, get ready, because this is happening to you too. How do you think you're going to get into heaven? You're not getting into heaven with these bodies. It ain't happening. There's going to have to be some kind of transformation. But the message, most importantly, is in the now. In the present, on the cloth, we see the price that was paid. That's a very important phrase. The price that was paid. Now, there are 4 words used to describe the shroud, most commonly. It's called a relic, it's called an artifact, it's called a mystery, it's called a symbol. Symbol is the official word of the Catholic Church. It's called a symbol of Christ's suffering, worthy of veneration. Now, I submit that these words are fine. They just kind of will, tell you what the shroud is as an object, but they don't really tell you much. So I kind of thought there has to be a different concept. And so I'm going to introduce it right now. And we're going to use 4 more words, and these are all from Scripture. And the first word is bought. You are not your own. You were bought at a price. Did you know that? Did you know that you were bought? The second word, purchased. Therefore take heed to yourselves and to all the flock which he purchased with his own blood. Third word. Now here's the definition, redeemed, to buy or pay off or clear by payment. It says, knowing that you were not redeemed with corruptible things like silver or gold, but with the precious blood of Christ. And then the fourth word is the most powerful one of all. This is the word Jesus used, and that word is ransom. Here's the definition, to redeem from captivity or bondage by paying a demanded price. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. Put them all together. Bought, purchased, redeemed, ransom. What are they? They're all words of transaction. A transaction has occurred. A payment has been made on our behalf. Now, When you go to a store and you purchase anything, you're making a transaction. And when you purchase your item, the cashier is always going to give you something. What is she going to give you? Exactly, a receipt. And what is a receipt? A receipt is a record of the transaction. It's a proof of purchase. What's on the receipt? The price that was paid. So, when Peter and John ran to the tomb and saw the linen cloth lying there, what did they see? They saw the receipt. They saw the proof of purchase. And when they opened it up, what did they see? They saw the price that was paid. You see, not only is the shroud a receipt, it's an itemized receipt documenting everything that was paid. The crown of thorns, scourging all over the body, wound in the side, abrasions on the knees, abrasions on the shoulders, nail wounds in the wrists and the feet. Everything that was paid to purchase your salvation is on the receipt. So what does it mean? It means this. We have been purchased, we belong to Christ, and we have a receipt stamped in blood that says paid in full. Well, that's what it means. Now, that's why the word gospel means good news. In fact, there can't be any better news that if you're a believer in Jesus, as I am, we don't owe a thing because it's all been paid in full, lock, stock, and barrel on the cross. So if you don't believe in Jesus, this is a pretty good deal. You might want to consider it. So at any rate, with that, I'm done. Thank you very much. Now, as you can... Is this off? Is this off? Hello? Turn that back on for a second. Hello. As you saw, this is the Christian version. I do a secular version, but, I prefer the Christian version. So, if you didn't like it, too bad. I have a table back there with all kinds of DVDs and stuff if you're interested in picking this presentation up or other things. So just let you know, and I'll be here tonight and the rest of the week. So there you go. Bob, it's all yours now.
Yes, Russ is going to be with us for his next presentation would be at 7:10 p.m. On Friday. He's going to be speaking on art, icon, or relic. 90 minutes again. Russ Bruel.
Art, icon, or relic on Friday at 7. You're going to love it. We're going to go a lot more into art and comparing it with different artworks, and or could it be an icon? Could it be a relic? It's going to go into a whole different territory. So thank you, Bob.
Yes. Hope to see you tomorrow morning. You'll have to register though. Tomorrow is history, then Friday is science and dating, and then Saturday is image formation. Please join us. Please sign up for food. Help us out here. Get all the food eaten that we've scheduled for us. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow morning. All right. How do I close this? Okay, great. Good deal. Thank you, Bob. Everything go okay? Oh, great. I was working